For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They are a full-service shop with years of experience and a commitment to helping customers become safe, responsible gun owners. All of Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Bob's also offers renewal certifications. Always check to make sure your license is current. Don't miss their next co-ed shoot this Sunday, October 12th. Bring a friend, spouse, date, a sibling. The possibilities are endless to the event. It's perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. It's a fun, supportive way for guys and gals to learn or sharpen your skills. Register now. Space is limited. No alcohol or drugs permitted. No firearms ID card or prior experience is required to attend. Bob'sLittleSportsShop.com or call 856-881-7575. Bob's Little Sports Shop, 316 Delsea Drive, Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Local pediatrician, local doctor, great lady, gardener. If you follow her on social media, you get to see all the fruits of her labor with eating healthy and all that good stuff. So Dr. Mary Mess, my friend, good to have you here this morning.
Oh, I always love coming on. We just have such a great, I think it's like, talking about the important stuff.
Yeah, having fun. And you also are local, you're always tapped to write local pieces, give your professional analysis, all that good stuff. So a patriot as well. So there's the doorbell. Lately, I know that you've been writing some different op-ed pieces as well. So can you bring us up to date as far as what you're concerned about and taking us beyond the headlines as somebody who's a medical professional who is, concerned about the focus on America and the way that patients are treated? Can you take us through your latest focus, if you would, Dr. Marian Mass?
Okay, so sure. Actually, I have something pending, so let's hope it...
I wasn't sure, so all right. Maybe give us a sneak peek.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Exactly. Hopefully we'll have some stuff coming out. But, the basic thing is over this shutdown, because essentially what Chuck Schumer and his on the line over healthcare, and they've drawn the line mainly over the Medicaid changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill and the subsidies in Obamacare. And we'll talk about those two separately. Subsidies have gotten a lot of talk. All right, so first of all, you realize that not just in the ACA, but America spends the equivalent of 8% of its GDP subsidizing big insurance companies. I mean, does America like its insurance companies? These we're essentially fostering their business. And I always say, I don't even know insurance. We should call them bloated third-party payers. And now sometimes they're not even payers, right? Because they don't pay when you have an unanticipated consequence. But regardless, in the ACA itself, there were subsidies granted to lower income individuals, and there was not a good product out there. We had a problem before the ACA was passed. I get it. But then during COVID, the Biden administration passed their COVID relief bills. They essentially gave what was supposed to be a temporary measure, these enhanced subsidies, into the ACA exchanges. And so now they're screaming they want permanent. They want to make these permanent. They were supposed to be temporary. And we're talking like $500 billion over a decade. And to give relative numbers, like I started writing pieces maybe back in 2018, and I would say things like the $3.2 trillion healthcare system. Well, and now we're up to, I think, $4.5 or $4.6 trillion. But adding $500 billion for subsidies that were supposed to be temporary. And the other problem here is the taxpayers. I understand that people need to find something different. We'll talk about that in a minute too. But these subsidies, I mean, we were promised in the Affordable Care Act, first of all, by the name of the bill, it was supposed to get affordable, right? But even for just the Affordable Care Act exchanges, like just the exchanges in the ACA, those premiums have gone up by 80% in the last decade. And that this is much more than was anticipated. General premiums across America, because, you know, like you have one portion of this broken market, and then, you know, others can reflect the payments. In America, the average premiums have doubled for a family. I mean, you remember back when Obama told us about these exchanges, he promised American families will get relief of $2,500 per year. And I believe it was supposed to be year after year. Oh no, they've doubled. They've doubled, and in some, like, average doubled. I have people that tell me that their premiums have quadrupled, and all along, you know, your deductibles are going up, your cost of your drugs, everything's going up. So if someone's making money, it's very clear that it's the big insurers that everyone loves to hate, and the Democrats want to subsidize them more? I mean, come on. And I get it, you know, like a lot of people then come along and say, oh my gosh, this means we must have socialized health care? Hogwash. I mean, what the American people need to start doing is realizing where their money is going and then take it over and paying themselves. You know, the other thing that the ACA did was the ACA prevented Americans from purchasing true catastrophic insurance unless they were under 30 and had certain extenuating circumstances. So you couldn't even buy like real true insurance. You know, you had to buy these plans that were plumped up with all these essential benefits, you know, whatever, you know. I believe eventually the supposed attempt to change your gender came under those essential benefits, which is just crazy. You know, but so now what we've got healthcare inflation because of this. And I do get it. There's a lot of complaints out there. People say all the time, the Republicans don't have a plan. If you follow the Republican Study Committee and you follow, especially the physicians in Congress, and I do, I know them, I text them, you know, they have put out some, you know, great ideas. And actually, even President Trump, like some of the things that would drive the costs of the actual care down, which should be driving, you know, what you're paying through the third party down. You know, the idea of transparency, that was in his first term. You know, he did a transparency executive order. And by the way, the Republicans sent a nice bipartisan bill over to Chuck Schumer to codify some of that transparency. And Schumer, and then especially Bernie, because he runs the Health Committee in the Senate, they sat on it. Like it was there for a full year. No one was doing anything on transparency. You want to drive costs down? Wouldn't you think the first thing you would do is figure out what you're paying? But no, can't have that. The other thing the president did in this particular term was he did a recent executive order that opened up your ability to use healthcare savings accounts so that you could spend your own money. Maybe you shouldn't be spending smaller purchases, through your insurer, because if you, or your bloated third party player, it's not even a payer. But I mean, if you think about it, every time you get the insurer involved, they're making more money. I mean, these people are running the whole show. And I remember going to an event in DC a couple of years ago, and I'm not always nice to the Republicans either. I'm there at this event, and there's a bunch of Congress people in the room, and Newt Gingrich was speaking. He's actually very funny. I was like, okay, this is 3 years ago. I said, when are you going to point to the Democrats as the party of big insurance? Because the Affordable Care Act, it was a big insurance plan.
Yeah.
Besides these exchanges where the subsidies are going to insurance, I mean, what do you think Medicaid does?
Yeah.
I mean, Medicaid expansion was, and it's run by insurers.
So I want to take you back a little bit. I want to take you back, and I'll say even more than 10 years ago. At the time when I was still working I was still anchoring the Fox 29 10 o'clock news, and somebody who I adored was the late, great Michael Fitzpatrick. If I don't know, did you know Mike? I don't know if we've talked about him. Right?
I did. He was a sweetie.
Oh
Remind me
my
to tell
gosh.
you about the time I gave him some cabbages.
Oh.
So
Now for those of you who knew him and loved him, and he had suffered cancer and died way too young at the age of 56, and obviously now his brother, had run for that, Brian, and has that seat. But back then he had called me, and this is even more than 10 years ago, they were, Obamacare, they were having the discussions. He wanted to have a town hall. So he invited doctors, the community, everybody was debating Obamacare, Affordable Care Act, and so on. He wanted to have a town hall about it. He was against it because of all of these reasons. And so doctors were there, people could ask questions, and he wanted me to help moderate it, which I did. And so even then, when we fast forward through this, so he was a known opponent, but I've pulled up this article, and this was a local TV story that was being done. It was actually WHYY did the story, and they talked about this, that even the health laws opponents worried about the high court reviewing the constitutionality of giving tax credits to millions of middle-class Americans. They can't afford insurance. And so the back and forth with then Congressman Mike Fitzpatrick, who was speaking out about this. So I just wanted to add a little perspective of where we were, that there were people like the late, great local congressman, he's our local guy, Mike Fitzpatrick, who fought against ACA, who had the wisdom to see where this would be a disaster. But even Mike at that time then was talking about all of this that was going to happen. I mean, it's almost like his voice from heaven when I look back from this. But he said at the time, and I just want to quote him, Dr. Marion Mass, and that is, he said, so there's a core question that needs to be resolved. In the meantime, I am concerned the constituents would lose what some have seen an affordable coverage for themselves by the way others have seen coverage go up. In other words, he saw all of this coming, the subsidies, everything. So this is something that people saw was going to be a problem. And now because I was taking you back in the DeLorean, Back to the Future, right? We drove back there. We see this, right? I just wanted to give everybody the moment here because he saw this. Many of you, Dr. Mass, saw this coming. And now here we are. And now because of the biased media and because we're getting played, and earlier on Kale and Company, if you all didn't see it, Greg Stocker's cut sheet, he was playing people like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I think doesn't understand all the complexities of this, doesn't understand we're getting played. And also, unfortunately, the late great Mike Fitzpatrick's own brother I don't think understands all of it, voted against the big, beautiful bill. I want the clarity here, and that's why nobody is better than you. I wish to God I could just put you in front of Congress and have you with graphics explain this, Dr. Mass, to explain the history and explain people, you're all getting played here. Listen to Dr. Marion Mass. I don't think anybody breaks it down better than you with all the politics. So I just want to tee that up a little bit and do it in a better fashion, because the deal here is that with these subsidies, we're being denied affordable care. With the ACA, it's going to go bankrupt. And what I'm saying here, and you just can clarify this, Dr. Mass, we're getting played. The whole goal, keep your eye on the ball, was in the first place to bankrupt the system. So at the end of the day, we wouldn't have private insurance. At the end of the day, it would be government providing the socialized health care.
Oh, actually, there's a great book. It's called America's Bitter Pill, and it's written by a guy named Stephen Brill, and he wrote some articles in Time magazine. And anyone that's interested should read it, because what it did was it broke down how the ACA passed. And they talk all about how, Valerie Jarrett and Zeke Emanuel and that guy Jonathan Gruber, who said that they had to hide everything from the American people to play on their stupidity. Remember that little tape? But anyway, they detailed, this guy did all this research, and he detailed how all these people got together in the room. And the discussion was, do we make this about cost and go after the people that are making it costly? Or should we do something else? And they were like, nah, we can't do that. Those people will come after us and it's not politically possible. So that's why they made it about coverage. And, so my words to Newt Gingrich when I'm talking about saying, like, really the Democrats are now the party of big insurance, because they had this bill that was all about coverage by insurance companies, and the insurance companies have grown ever more powerful, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, it was about Medicaid, and most of Medicaid is run by big insurers. I mean, I've posted this on X before. If you look up my name and Centene, Centene, the Centene runs 25% of Medicaid managed care. And like you can see, like Centene, when the Obamacare set in, because remember it was passed in 2010, but then it was like 3 or 4 years before it was enacted. I mean, very clever. They were all complaining about the R's doing that, but they they were the originators. But you can see Centene, their revenues, and Centene is a company. They have a big, their CEO makes I think 18 million, and they have a board full of people. And look, I'm going to show you that I play equally across the aisle. Who's been on their board? Tommy Thompson, the former G.W. Bush HHS secretary. I mean, he left that position and then he's on the board of Centene, and he was making a board salary there. But then, of course, there's all these stock options.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else just left their board not long? I think it was 2 years ago. Dick Gephardt. Remember little Dick Gephardt? The majority leader, or I know that was like a Rush thing, right? But in any case, these guys, they're politicians. They're appointed roles, elected roles, and then they leave, and then they're working for basically the big insurers, and especially when you think about it in the case of Centene, because there are people that need Medicaid. But now you're letting like CEOs like make off with 18 million a year, and you're letting people get paid on their board, and then they're collecting the stock options, and of course the stock's going up because you've allowed these companies to have special little roles. I did mention actually, and because we're talking about Medicaid, one of the other demands that's coming from Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and others is they want to undo the Medicaid. Some of the Medicaid things that were done in what they call the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Yes.
They want to get rid of the work requirements. Should we remind everyone what those work requirements were for Medicaid? If you are collecting Medicaid and you're between the ages of 18, so we're not talking children, I think it's 18 and I think it might be 60 or 64, but in that range, like a time when you could work, they're asking you, as long as you are not suffering from some type of, terrible medical ailment, as long as you don't have a child or someone that you're caring for, like a parent yourself, they're asking 20 hours per week of either volunteer work, training, or a job. I mean, I'm supposed to pay. Like you could be a 25-year-old, and these people do exist, and you could have no children, and you could have no, chronic medical issues, although that's only about half of America, and you could be doing nothing all day and getting your Medicaid eligibility. I mean, why shouldn't you be doing something? Do some volunteer work. We have a lot of stuff that needs doing in
Yes.
America. I mean, I'm looking for volunteers all the time.
Yeah,
So
for
those work,
it's
yeah.
19 to ages 19 to 64 required to work at least. It's only 80 hours a month. That's a
Yep,
whole
20
month.
hours a week.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it would be a total of 80 in a month, and you could, because you do 25 here and 15, but it's a total of 80. I mean, that's nothing, right?
Who's against
for those,
that?
yeah, for those of us who work like, you know what I mean? The 12, Dan worked yesterday, 15, 16-hour day yesterday. So, I mean, 80 hours a month, that's nothing for somebody who's, like you said, obviously somebody who's perfectly in great health, 19 to 64. I would argue it's probably good for your health. You know what I mean? To get up and go out and do something, to live a
Oh my
purpose-driven
gosh.
life.
How do you not have good mental health if you don't have a purpose when you get out of bed in the morning? And by the
Yes.
way, wait until Dan becomes a parent, those 15-hour days.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
This is true.
Sorry, Dan. We're going to have a good time. Dawn and I will have a whole show while you're home, and
I love it.
we'll be talking some funny stuff. Yeah.
I know we want to talk about something that's upcoming, and we can give you the day it's going to happen, right? But we had put out on social media this new movie. I had talked about it before we had talked about it, but it's taking us back, and it's a great local documentary, 15 days, and we want to talk about this and the importance of it to remember what happened. I think it's fantastic as we think about and we must never forget what was done to us and the lies that we were told. And it's fascinating when you think about the fact that there aren't more of these look backs. There aren't more documentaries, wonder why. But do we have a little clip of that, Dan? I'm not sure. No, we don't. That's all right. But can we talk about it a little bit, Dr. Mass, and just to highlight what's upcoming?
Yeah, we sure can. And you can play the clip later. Just go to Restore Childhood, and their pinned post is the kind of like the trailer. So this was a film. It was made by, she's now a friend of mine. Don't even ask me how we connected. I think it was over some of the stuff that was going on in the schools with the anti-Semitism. She showed up at an event in New York last year on October 7th. And there was another film that was being shown at the time about that. But in any case, 15 days, this is, an independent filmmaker, and Natalia she's a self-described lifelong progressive, but she's a New York City mom, and her schools were shut down, and she was asking the questions why. And the film, the reason I think it's important is, I mean, I don't know about you, but I wake up in the morning and I'm like, did that happen 2020?
I know. Oh, it's so true. But in this one, it's Restore Childhood, by the way, is a nonprofit 501c3. You can just go to restorechildhood.com, see the trailer. We've all put it
got
out
some
there.
clips going on there now. Yeah, youtube.com/at12 and WPHT.
Dan has, thanks, Dan.
Yep. Yeah, but this is actually, I think it's a lengthy hour-long clip. So
okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Oh, okay. That's true.
All right.
But it's free. You can watch the whole movie in the comfort of your home.
So this is the whole movie. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's actually clips on there somewhere too, because if you watch the very beginning, you'll see the clip of essentially Randy Weingarten, that little tiny Muppet that was in charge of the school. I mean, I would never let that woman in charge of my children's education. We did fine without her, thank you. But she's showing up, and she's with Jane Fonda in a Zoom room full of people talking about how this is great. We've got to use this pandemic to our advantage to get our agenda done. It's wait a second, off the backs of children? I thought you were for the children. And it's the movie should be great, but Dawn, you've graciously accepted our invitation. You're going to come moderate a panel. I think I should be on the panel. Natalia, the filmmaker, is coming from New York. And on the 27th of October, we'll show the movie, and then we'll do the panel, and we'll have a discussion. And my good friend, Arthi Martino, she and I are We'll work out. Yeah, I know. We'll work out some snacks. I'll be roasting my tomatoes and make you my roasted tomato bruschetta. So we'll have that going. We'll have invites out pretty soon, but now it's a save the date at 5:30. I think it's going to be in the Central Bucks-ish area.
Okay, it'll be Monday. Monday the 27th, right?
Yep. And we welcome some good discussion because, honestly, there's still repercussions from these shutdowns, and I think we're seeing them now. And we can't forget because, look, God forbid we get a pandemic where children are severely affected, right?
Yes.
We would want to make sure that we think about that possible pandemic, and protect people as needed, protect children as needed. But some of what happened there, it went on for far too long, and the movie, I think, really exposes why, because people had their agendas. It's sad, but...
And I love the way that it's worded. If you look at, 15daysfilm.com, it says, 15 days, this film preserves the voices of those who fought to reopen schools and serves as a historical record to protect future generations. Because I think that there is a fear that, as time goes on, all of a sudden some of this gets erased or whitewashed or however you want to term it. And so it is brilliant to make sure that there's a record of it, because this is our history.
Yes, and we also have to think about the fact that, do we want to leave people in place leading who were responsible? And I'm going to point the finger right at the current Pennsylvania Supreme Court justices that are up for retention. So these 3 Supreme Court justices backed up the Wolf shutdown. I mean, remember when Wolf said you couldn't go into the parks? And, ridiculous. My cross-country runners were running on roads because they wanted to stay healthy and fit. But terrible.
Yeah,
but those Supreme Court justices, why should we retain them? I mean, one of them's, she can only work for 2 more years anyway. Why should we retain people that had such a colossal lapse in judgment? And by the way, for everyone listening as well, in the medical community, these Supreme Court judges are also responsible for what we call the change in venue. So now when you're, sued in medical malpractice, you can get dragged into any court that the lawyer, I guess, wants to take you to. And Philadelphia's runaway jury, known across the whole country. So now the cases in Philly have quadrupled. And, look, if you've done something wrong and you need to be handled, then you need to be handled. But it also creates a scenario where if someone gets sued, they threaten to drag you into Philly. It's just going to be easier to settle, even if you did nothing wrong. And then all of the time and the stress, and every single doctor will tell you if they have that happen to them, it's the worst thing that's ever happened to them.
Yeah.
It's driving people out of medicine, and Pennsylvania especially.
That's true. And, your point about the justices here in PA is a great point, because the people of Pennsylvania, of course, it was put on the ballot and the people voted to take away some of the executive powers of Governor Wolf, because everybody pretty much agreed that it was overreach. It was awful and it should never happen again. And so the powers of the executive here were then rightfully by the people, by the vote. People exercise our rights in Pennsylvania. Thank God we can do that, to make sure that no governor would have that far-reaching authority. And so by extension, I think that this would be, for people to realize that these judges were complicit with that whole scenario, and a lot of us have forgotten about it. But you make the great point that those justices, these 3 up for re-election now, and they go every 10 years, right? 10 years in Pennsylvania. And so
I believe so.
It would be appropriate then to say, just remember, if you voted this way with Wolf, by extension, you want to take an evaluation. Give these judges a job evaluation.
Yes. Exactly. I don't think that these people are fit to lead. That's all you're saying.
Well, and even to put it out to voters, just do they deserve the evaluation? This is their job reevaluation, right? That we all get. So that's a great point that you make. But as far as the film that we'll be talking about in person, Monday, October 27th, the film interviews, the great Stanford epidemiologist, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. There are a lot of voices in here, right, Dr. Mass, who are being interviewed.
Yeah.
And remember, Dr. Batticelli was the one who, of course, they were like shadow banning him and canceling him out so that his voice couldn't be heard, like so many of us on social media.
Yes, yeah. Jay was one of the co-authors of the Great Barrington Declaration. He's a beautiful voice. If
He
you've never heard him
does.
speak, he's soft-spoken. He's brilliant. I mean, he's like, oh gosh, I think he's like a physician and an economist. I might get it wrong, but he was out at Stanford for a long time. And what a gutsy guy to
Yeah.
like out in California be pushing back
So true.
on. Yeah, no, he put it on the line, and he was. Um, he really suffered by, I was small potatoes. I remember like getting interviewed and quoting by May that I thought it was time to schools open up and
Yes.
kids to get back to life. And like, I got kind of, yelled at and chastised and shamed and blamed by like people that told me I was a grandma killer and,
Oh my
all that kind of
gosh.
stuff. And it was like crazy town.
It is
I was called a
crazy.
COVID denier when, all kinds of things.
Rough
But whatever.
times. We were all,
Yeah.
thank God for now. A final question here, Dr. Mary Madsen. We'll be promoting that Monday, the 27th of October event in Bucks County, but we just want to give you a heads up on it. There will be more to come. But final question here is, when we think about Dr. Casey Means and as this Trump's choice for Surgeon General, and I love her book. I have it. I had it long ago. But when you think about doctors, people like that, advocates who are saying that actually medical school is all bass-ackwards and that we should be teaching nutrition in all schools, not just medical schools. I know this is something in your wheelhouse as you're somebody who has an amazing garden and you believe in healthy eating and all of that. Do you believe that that is to come, that will bring forth nutrition education at the elementary school level, but also that medical schools, much like when we think about woke indoctrination, that will change the medical schools and the way doctors are in fact being taught?
Well, like if we're talking about a nutrition education in medical schools, that's the level appropriate to medical schools, where there's definitely diets that are maybe gut healthy diets that would help specific entities that have gut problems as their symptoms, right? Like I'm just giving an example there. Or if we're talking about like, when we talk about the people who say, but the science, yeah, we should be doing it in a very scientific way in medical schools. If you think about it, it's really hard to break down nutrition education. I'm not saying impossible, but like what we eat, there's so much else that goes into it, right? It's the time of day that we eat. It's what else that we're doing. It's what we're drinking. And I'm not a teetotaler, but maybe there's a lot of things that go into what we have to start thinking about when we think about nutrition. I'd be happy for people to start having discussions because I do think that physicians and nurses can lead by example. Others can lead by example. And I think that I like the idea that we're having a national conversation about people getting healthy again, because we haven't been healthy for a long, long time. And look, I've been very open about this before. I'm not a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I kind of threw up my hands in like the early 2000s and, look at how badly everything's going, and what they were concentrating on already felt kind of woke to me. And so I'd really rather learn about helping my patients that are sick, because I've been a sick care doctor for a long time. But, if you think about what's happened in the last several decades, our American children are not healthier.
Yeah,
They're
you look
not.
at the
They're less
chronic
healthy.
diseases of kids.
Yes,
It's insane.
and especially their mental health. And so, what's going wrong here? And do we have to start having all kinds of conversations? What could we do to inoculate our children so that they have healthy habits and remain healthy? And we're talking about physically healthy, spiritually healthy, mentally healthy, all those things. That really needs to happen.
We are way over, so we
I'm sorry.
No,
That's my
don't be. I could listen to you all day, but Dan's like, we have so much packed into today. So, Dr. Mary Mass, I know you'll be back and we'll have more conversations. Can't wait for your next op-ed piece to break. So we'll, no doubt, when you do, then when you drop that, we'll talk about it next week. But thank you, Marion. Thanks, Dr. Mass. I think we lost our audio.
Yeah, I think she's gone. Yeah.
We have so much more to talk about. Is Rich Zioli going to come in the 11 o'clock hour and talk about what he's doing tonight? We have so much. So please stay right there. We have a lot to talk about and a lot of breaking news that, of course, is happening this morning. Sorry for a few technical problems. We're trying to deal with that as well. Let's talk about Kitchen Magic, because it is the perfect time this fall to do a refresh of your home with my friends at Kitchen Magic. For more than 45 years, Kitchen Magic, family-owned, American-made, tariff-proof, delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels you can trust. Right now this fall, Kitchen Magic is giving you even more to smile about. You enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and every bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style to your home this season with savings you're going to love. Just call my friends at Kitchen Magic. Visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade. At KiaofCherryHill.com, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
game. Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The talks that formed modern democracy took place in Philadelphia 250 years ago. Now, talks about the future of our democracy are taking place here once again. Visit Philadelphia is proud to host the TED Democracy Speaker Series, a powerful exploration of how we can build a society where everyone has access to education, economic mobility, safety, and dignity. Taking place October 14th at the Penn Museum in University City. Register for this free event today at visitphilly.com/TED.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart, cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and provide joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I can do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's Omega-3 supplements. Right now, use that code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue Omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50. That's OMEGA50 to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free at res-q.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you've worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guaranteed to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Around the world, yes, around the world, high praise for President Trump, who secured a peace deal in the Middle East. The Israeli cabinet, of course, approving President Trump's plan for the Gaza ceasefire, securing that for the release of the hostages taken by terror group Hamas. And Palestinians are beginning to return to Gaza's north as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is thanking President Trump for securing this ceasefire. So what's going on right now? Because we told you yesterday that, of course, once the cabinet approved the plan, then it would go into effect within 24 hours. That is under effect, of course, as we went on the air this morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. Forces already pulled back to the lines, agreed under Trump's plan. IDF confirming that, but will continue to, quote, remove any immediate threat. So Hamas now has until noon local time on Monday to release all of the Israeli hostages. We've been told that 20 are believed to be alive and 28 bodies for proper burial so those families can grieve. Those are just some of the headlines this morning as we think about this historic peace deal, and I would say peace through a plan of prosperity. As I said, 6:30 this morning, this was something that I had said at the time. Some of you made fun of me because when President Trump went to those Arab nations, such as Saudi Arabia, they rolled out the purple carpet. I had said back then, I'll say it again, that this was all part of his plan to include these individuals, all the neighbors to say, let's do peace in the Middle East, have these business partners, because it's kind of like, and I'll ask my friend, and I'm still his Padawan, Rich Zioli, but Rich Zioli, as we think about, like, let's say that you had one bad neighbor, how would you pressure them if they looked up to all of their other neighbors? So you buddied up to all of that person's neighbors, went into business with them, right? And now they can all have prosperity with you in the deal. You're pressuring like the nasty bad neighbor to go along with it, and they're right there. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I think your analysis is spot on. It's money talks, and money, it's peace through money is what I think we're doing here. Peace through money.
Through money. So, like, I know all your neighbors love you. They, because we all love Rich Zioli.
Oh, you are mistaken, my friend. Not that I will say where I live, but I just have one neighbor who does not acknowledge us because they are on the other side of the aisle. So we'll leave it at that.
Oh my goodness. So yeah. But I guess if you gave him the vig, you paid him off or something, greased the palms. I don't know.
Pizza from the backyard.
Pizza, the home. Yeah. Thank you, Dan Borowski. The homemade pizza in the brick Italian pizza oven.
Well, look, it's the Jersey way. So, I mean, basically, if you got a neighbor who's not cooperating, like you need a tree to come down or something like that, you get some people from the zoning office to come by and maybe, the tax assessor. It's the Jersey way. So you don't want to do that. Nice house you got here. It'd be a shame if it got reassessed.
Would be be a cent, not for nothing.
Yeah. Just saying, we might have to take some of this here curb property for a road expansion. I don't know. Or you could put the fence where Mr. Zioli wants it to be, and everybody's okay. So it's kind of like that one.
Yeah, I love it. Little Jersey will take it through. Speaking of Jersey, of course, the big debate, the only televised debate, happened this week between Jack Ciattarelli, Republican, wants to be your next governor, New Jersey, and Mikey Sherrill, who's the representative there already, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. In that, we reported this morning that now Ciattarelli's campaign decided, to take her to court and make her accountable for some of those just over-the-top, horrible accusations that he has, murdered tens of thousands of New Jerseyans through an app. I mean, not a weapon, not a gun, but an app.
Yeah.
That was Monty Python. That was nuts.
I'm glad he's suing her. I mean, that was outrageous. I actually talked to my friend Jeanette, who played Mikey Sherrill in debate prep for Jack, and I told her, I said, you did a great job. She said, yeah, but I didn't prepare him for the mass murderer accusation. I mean, in all my years of debate prep, and you tried, I didn't do anything with Jack, but I'm just saying, you always try to think of every possible thing your opponent can throw at you so that you're prepared, you're ready for it. There was no way anyone could have prepped Jack to be ready for the accusation that you basically committed, Jersey genocide. I mean, I've never in my life heard a candidate, but it shows you how freaking desperate Mikey Sherrill's campaign is that she would go there and make that accusation, and just over the top. You killed people. And, and when an accusation is that over the top and screechy like that, it's going to get people's attention, and then it becomes, to your point about Monty Python, it becomes like a joke. And the people that watched it who didn't really know much about it kept focusing on that, and they were like, oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And she just sounds like a desperate, screechy candidate making outrageous accusations. It's not a good look. It's just not a good look for her.
Thank you, Dan, for that little circus music.
Yeah, Monty Python, yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed even in her statement, her rebuttal to it, because her campaign releases this statement, and they said something to the effect, they wrote it passively to say, well, people did die during the opioid, they tried to, but that wasn't what she said. And I think that's the difference, right? She said what you said, and she repeated her statement.
I do have the clip if you want.
Yeah,
I don't mean to keep you guys out there. Here's the clip, guys.
Deserve better. I think the people you got addicted and died deserve better than you. And I'll tell you, tens of thousands here as you published misinformation, as you got more people addicted, as you got paid to develop an app so that more people could get more opioids and die.
I got
but here's
to walk
the
at
fact.
my college graduation. I got to walk at my college graduation.
And I'm so glad that you then went on to kill tens of thousands of people in New Jersey, including children,
and I never broke the law.
You just broke the law. In fact, your campaign right now is under federal investigation for how you illegally got access to my records.
That's another lie, by the way. His campaign is not under investigation. The National Archives are trying to figure out how her records from back in the day were released. Has nothing. That was I forgot about that one. But wow, Rich, that was like Monty Python over the top,
So I guess, theoretically, then every person who was involved with giving the pharmaceutical companies anything, electricity, like PSE&G, JCP&L, you killed thousands of people because you kept the lights on and the electricity in the manufacturing plant. The truck drivers who drove the prescription pills to the pharmacy, those truck drivers killed and murdered tens of thousands of people. Where does it end? If the guy who made the pill bottles, the pill bottle manufacturer, not even the drug, but just the people that made the bottles, they're mass murderers too. You could just keep going with this all day until you have every single person associated with the transportation and distribution of and marketing of that product is a genocidal mass murderer. It's so over the top ridiculous.
Yes.
And then the other part of this is that her records related to her service in the Navy were released by the archives, but her records as an undergraduate at the United States Naval Academy have not been released. And she's trying to deflect that and trying to combine them together so people think her records are out there with regards to her any disciplinary action the Naval Academy took. And that's not true. We don't know, and the only person who can release that is Mikey Sherrill. So as far as we can imagine, maybe they didn't let her walk because she pulled a John Belushi in Animal House and did a toga-style frat party, yelling toga, toga, toga.
Well, that might be
beer
cool.
Through a funnel. Why not? I can think anything I want because she won't release her disciplinary records to tell us why she didn't walk across the stage. First, she says she's not a snitch.
0.0.
Well done, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
First, she said she's not a snitch, which I can respect because it's Jersey. Then she changes her story to it was a practice test, and not everybody knew that it was the real test. Then she goes back and says she told the investigators everything they needed to know. So then, oh, wait, you are a snitch? Like, what is it? Her story keeps changing.
So tonight, are you fired up for tonight? This is amazing. This is how many? What are you going to do? Like, I'm hearing it's over 4,000 people tonight. We're hearing huge crowds.
It's crazy, and we're all trying to get there, and there's 47 is shut down. Some bridges out. So
is this like Bridgegate? Yeah. Is this Phil Murphy?
Uh-oh.
What?
I don't know. I mean, we're in Cape May County, so I don't think so. It's a pretty red county, but
all right.
Something's going on. I'm stuck in traffic. So I don't know, but hopefully I'll be there soon.
You got to take 55. 55 is a beautiful drive.
Thanks, Dan.
I was on 55, and then I got on 47, and then the bridge is out.
God,
gotcha.
That's ridiculous. Well, Rich Cioli's there. The Dom Show is there in Wildwood. It's an amazing event. Jack Chitterelli, all the superstars. By the way, I just want to let you know that, it was all overturned when Jim Kenney made the rule that in Philadelphia we no longer had Columbus Day. So we do have Monday with Trump yesterday signing that executive order. I know that you're glad that officially Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day is all going to be celebrated Monday.
Well, I'm going to focus on the Columbus Day part of it since I'm Italian.
Yes.
And the day was created after Italians, the biggest mass lynching in American history occurred in New Orleans. 11 Italians were hanged by a mob. And it remains the largest single-day mass lynching in American history. And after that, they said, we got to do something here because you have all these hardworking Italian immigrants and people are treating them like they're monsters. So they figured, let's find an Italian who we can honor. And they picked Columbus for that reason, so that the Italian immigrants would help them assimilate into American culture by the people being in America who came here on the Mayflower, accepting them that the only reason they were there coming on the Mayflower was because of Columbus. And that part of this story is not told enough, and it frustrates me because we act as if we can just erase Columbus and then that's fine because of whatever he did wrong. But the truth is they chose him so that immigrants to this country from Italy would be welcome and respected. And I find it ironic that it's the left that hates Columbus and never bothers to bring that fact into it, that the president who first proclaimed Columbus Day did so to help the immigrants assimilate into America safely.
Beautifully said. That's well said. I think we should have locally Rich Cioli Day. It could be Dom Giordano and Rich Cioli Day. Like he could have the morning till like, you know what I mean? Then you could have the night, and we should just have that and do some statues.
You know what, Dawn? I see a state trooper by that closed bridge. Maybe this is his Royal Rugness, King Philip the Unaccountable, playing games.
It's oppression. It's Murphy Gate. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
New
Jersey, you're not going to get to rally, New Jersey. Not on my watch, New Jersey.
Oh, my God. Is there a drone?
I want 100% compliance. All you jackass. What was it? What do you call everybody, Dan? Do you remember?
Some jack wagons or something like that? Or...
Jack wagons?
I don't know.
New Jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
trying to think of the term. I have it in my soundboard thing, but I'm never in studio to play it, so.
Yeah, I'm furiously looking for that right now.
Is there like a drone? Is there a drone above Zioli's vehicle? And they're, get him. Like Murphy's like monitoring the drone. You know what I mean? And Murphy's like spying on you and don't let him get there, New Jersey.
Elevate your dining space in time.
Remember, we are New Jersey.
See, I got that. Yeah. And then I have,
but for the variant.
I have that, and I have.
What about 100% compliant?
I do have the horns.
Official, yeah. I think it's 100% compliance.
Oh, my gosh. And Mama Zioli.
And all you people heads out there.
Mama Zioli is like texting us, be careful, baby. Watch my dear God and Saint Michael and Saint Francis. Watch over my dear, my Richie. She's all
hopefully they're not
be
blowing
careful,
anything
baby.
today. I tell you what, though, the security today is going to be off the charts. They got the state police unit. They've got drones. They got a sharpshooter. So, if anybody like Antifa tries any funny business, they will be met with brute force.
Well,
so everybody's going to be nice and safe today.
Good. That's.
But I'm wearing. You know what I'm wearing? I am wearing a bulletproof vest, but I'm also wearing my Italian jacket that I got in Italy when we did the Zioli Army trip to Italy, Dawn.
Beautiful.
Remember that jacket?
I love that jacket. That's your good luck jacket, so you can't spill anything on it or stain it. That was the first time you ever went on Fox. You wore that jacket, that beautiful jacket. It's your good luck.
Oh, be careful, baby.
I got it at the airport in Rome.
And you look so svelte and tan. You're so handsome. We're so proud of you, Richie.
You're sweet. I'm on the Fox News diet, which is that you don't eat anything, then you eat like 4 almonds, and then you can binge on the weekends, and then you got to go back to eating like 4 almonds during the week. Jimmy Fallon taught me that trick.
Yes.
So
Ainsley should write the book, right? Ainsley and Jimmy.
And no salt on salt. Like if you're going to do it the day before you're hit, no salt because of the bloating in the face.
Yes.
For the record, it was jackasses, by the way.
I think they're blowing it up. Remember, we are New Jersey. So to all the jackasses out there and all the knuckleheads out there, get with the program. We will not relent until we have 100% compliance. I don't want to be the Grinch here. You know what's really uncomfortable and annoying? When you die. I have no regrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Your soundboard's great, Rich.
It's creepy.
Dan, can you send me that so I can play it on my show today?
Please.
I'm going to make fun.
Is Dan the best?
Thank you.
All right.
Dan is the best.
He is. Only Zioli could. You're like trying to divert through traffic. It's like a video game and talk live on the air as you're going through maneuvering the Murphy distractions and roadblocks. But we got to go, my friend. It's tonight in Wildwood, the Zioli show. Can't wait to see it all. We have a family thing, but we'll be watching you on. Hopefully they carry it on YouTube and they have cameras and stuff, not just on.
We will.
Good.
Yep. Will. And I'll be doing the show live till 7, so tune in and watch the stream. It'll be fun.
Always. Love you, man.
Love you, Dawn. Bye, Dan.
See you, man.
Be safe, baby.
Yeah,
Rich, the great one. He's my great one.
Be careful, baby.
I can say he's my great one because I'm the Padawan.
Ooh.
His Padawan. And Greg Stalker's too. All right. I know we have, and I forgot to promote this. I'm very bad today. I'm going to get the spanking machine. But we do have a very special edition of the Piazza Pet of the Month. That'll be at the bottom of the hour. Have to take a quick break. Thanks for being here this Friday. Be right back.
Elevate your dining space in time for the holidays with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining room pieces, tables, chairs, credenzas, and sideboards, break fronts and china cabinets, servers, even chandeliers, perfect for hosting family and friends. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code DINING25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Happening now through the 15th. Some exclusions apply.
Hey, Philadelphia. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios Home Internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philadelphia area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Get into great lease offers now at Pessard Chevrolet. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, $399 a month for 24 months with zero down. The new Chevy Trax LT, $249 a month for 39 months. Or buy the 2024 Chevy 1500 Crew Cab Z71, $43,999, 11 grand off. Only at Pessard Chevrolet of Philadelphia. Call 267-343-9094 for details or online at PessardChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Pessard Chevrolet!
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/try. QUO.com/try.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
It's time to fall into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during their Viraggio Bridal Show, now through Saturday, October 11th. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, for the Viraggio Bridal Show, now through Saturday, October 11th, only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Exciting news from my friends at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments. So if you're a patient with complex dental need or a general dentist who could use some backup on those complicated cases, Bentz Prosthodontics is your #1 solutions provider. Visit them at BentzDentalGroup.com to book a consultation today.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
It is a quiet finish to the work week before a strong coastal storm system develops over the weekend. Sunshine and clouds today and pleasant with a high around 66. Increasing clouds tonight, low 53 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And for Saturday, mostly cloudy, chance for a few showers during the afternoon with a high near 70.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, just to update the weather forecast, because it's a very important one. So a beautiful day today, 65 degrees. The sun is out.
Cold,
thank goodness. Yeah, it is chilly. Chilly. But if you're heading down to the big events with Dom Giordano, Rich Cioli, a lot of superstars, a lot of surprises.
Can I just put this out there?
What?
I kind of did a little addition of the followers of people that are coming, and we're talking at least 15 million cumulative followers on Twitter alone between the influencers who will be at the event today.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is incredible. So we are bracing for the weekend nor'easter. That's a headline. I just don't want you to be scared off by that. All the headlines are kind of hyping it up, but it's not for today. Actually, today's high is 67 degrees. It is tomorrow night, Saturday night into Sunday morning. So in the Philadelphia region, we're looking at 1 to 3 inches of heavy rain, gusty, northeasterly wind. And it's going to be with a high of just 64 degrees, so it'll never feel like 64. But that's really Sunday morning that we're talking about. So I just want to give you that heads up if you're thinking, oh, no, this horrible weather is going to hit. It really looks like the worst of the showers won't hit our region, whether it's South Jersey, the Philadelphia or beyond area in Pennsylvania. That's not really going to affect us until Saturday evening. So, whoosh, we dodged that one, weather-wise.
But I kind of would rather the worst weather to come during the week rather than the weekend.
I know.
It's beautiful,
like next week. But you're right, Dan. I just didn't want the headlines for people to hear what nor'easter and then think they're not going to go to this evening's event.
Oh, you're right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
So it's not today, it's not tonight, it's not even tomorrow morning.
In fact, if you haven't gotten in the car yet, you better, because we got Renee who's in the chat, youtube.com/@12WPHT. I hope she's not driving, but she says we're on our way. She's on 55 herself, so people already on their way down. Dom, half an hour from Mulligan's with the pre-party.
Nice. And Zioli's trying to make his way, but I don't know. I'm just picturing all of these people.
Does he not use GPS?
Well, he was on the he. It's hands free, obviously, but he's talking to us.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So that's why I felt it. Yeah, I'm gonna get a call from Bridget or Mama Zioli, especially Mama Zioli. Dawn, no, don't put my Richie in danger. It's not nice.
Oh, be careful, baby.
I know. She's the best mom ever, and we love Mama Zioli because she gave us our Rich Zioli, who we love. But it's going to be an amazing event tonight. You know who else we love? We love Sarah Smith. She's like the rescue animal whisperer of the East Coast. The goddess, because I love the title Goddess anyway, but she's our blonde goddess, animal rescue whisperer. I don't know, Sarah Smith, you like that? It's a working title.
That's a lot. I don't know if I can live up to all that, but I appreciate it.
I love your dry sense of humor. It's awesome. So we'll talk about we'll talk. We've got a great video that we did here, even though we had, oh man, it was this, speaking of wind, it was the windiest day ever, but we'll talk about it in a moment. But how are you doing, my friend? This is the Piazza Pet of the Month that we want to let everybody know. You should always, always adopt our furry friends at the Brandywine Valley SPCA, which is really a network of rescues that everybody should plug into. But you know what I want to ask you, though, because we have storms coming in, because I know our buddy boy, tragically, he passed away fairly, about a year ago. It was actually almost exactly a year ago. But before that, we didn't even need to watch the weather. If there was any storm coming in, Buddy would just start to shake. He just knew. And so do you have advice for, people if they're headed out or with the storms coming over the, Saturday night? What do you do? And what do you tell people to do with these big storms coming in?
Yeah, I think that you should know your pet and know how they react to these things. I know a former dog that I had didn't even want to go out if there was wet on the ground. So he would hold it. He just was not about it. But this dog that I have now, he'll go out. But if it's, thunder and lightning and wind, we try to keep it, under a covered place, or, we try to keep him safe whenever he goes out. I think that you need to know your animals. Sometimes a lot of animals get really nervous during big storms. So, having a nice, quiet, safe interior place where they feel they're as far away from the exterior walls as possible to help them feel insulated, or cuddling up with you. I mean, I know that, some animals even need to have, some sort of medication to help them during really, really stressful situations. So, your animals and definitely want to keep them safe and do, what it makes the most sense for them.
I love it. And part of this, Dan, is just rolling some of the video we shot where the wind is, we are blowing in the rays.
It was really whipping up underneath with the river and everything. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So we talked about, and we'll get to the big event that we want everybody to go to, but we wanted to talk about, some of the Texas flood relief, that situation. And as well, just think about locally, we have the story that was in the headlines that we've been talking about with, let's say there's somebody who animals are taken away from that person. We had that locally. It made national news because we hate to hear about it, but sometimes animals are seized from people. And then that makes a situation where all of the shelters, but especially, because you're one of the biggest at the Brandywine Valley SPCA and your group, in other words, that just forces a situation where we need people to come forward, donate, right?
Yeah, I think that this case that we've been dealing with now for the past couple of weeks out of Delaware, it was a situation where, this home was acting as a rescue. So we are lucky that some of those animals were able to go back to where they belonged. And we also, and you're the first to hear this, breaking news, we have animals available from that case now available for adoption. They're just getting ready to be available today. So in the next 20 minutes when we open, and they're at our Animal Rescue Center, which is quite a little bit of a drive, but it's worth it. It's a great facility in Georgetown that we're able to have the space and resources to care for a big intake of case like this. So that's why, we took them down to the Georgetown area, but some of them will be making their adoption debut today, including dogs and cats from this case. And, it's been, a little over 2 weeks since we took these animals in, and we have had to keep them in our care this entire time as part of this ongoing investigation. But now some of them are available for adoption, and we can't do this without, that's 2 weeks of care for these 100 survivors, and we can't do it without the community support. We really can't.
Yeah, and so you're, just to reiterate that you at the Brandywine Valley SPCA, you're talking about the D.C. area location, is that right? Georgetown?
Oh, no, Georgetown, Delaware.
Oh, Delaware.
It's
okay.
in Sussex County.
Because I knew that you have so many across the area. So, that's not Delaware. Come on. That's
not that far. It's like 2 hours.
And I have, so especially.
Have you seen the way Dawn drives?
I know. I'm in my Piazza vehicle and, we just fly. No, but it depends on where you are, because I have relatives right, close to the border if you're Chester County. So it does absolutely depend on where you are, but it's a beautiful drive. So we got that going on.
It is. And these survivors really deserve it, and they deserve your time and your investment of making the trip down there. So if you're interested, feel free to come down or stop by the campus locally to you to adopt any of our animals. I mean, just like our Piazza Pet of the Month. You don't want to miss him. He's a looker.
He is. He's a beauty. Well, that will tease Lance because he's so gorgeous.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. We just put his picture up there. He is such a cutie.
I'm a beauty. He has one brown eye and one blue, and he was
so cool.
He is the sweetest doggy. I mean, he just was so good and so calm. That's what I noticed about him, Sarah. Like, everybody's fallen in love with him. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about was for people who want to, let's say they're traveling, and so they see maybe on the website or that sort of thing. How does it work if somebody calls you and they say, oh my goodness, I saw, on YouTube, I saw Lance, or I saw this kitty cat or that. How does that work with people? Do they make an appointment? They want to travel to come see you, but they can't come. They're still at work, working late today. How does it all work?
Yeah, we practice open adoptions, and that's sort of our policy across all of our campuses. So really the best way, if you're looking for one specific animal, to ensure that animal is the one that you're able to meet is, coming to the shelter at opening so that you're there when we open. If you know the animal's still there when we close at the evening, because it's on our website, you make it to when we are opening to be able to meet that specific animal. But, if you're looking for one specific animal and they do get adopted on your trip down there, we have so many others. We would love to be able to help you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know one of the events, and Greg Stocker fell in love with one of the puppies. But he, wanted to make sure that his wife and little boy, that they would go as a family, which is always optimum. I was like, I hope he doesn't get adopted. But then they fell in love. I think they fell in love with another puppy anyway, to your point.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's I just want to let people know, like, we're not promising you, if you don't get there right away, we can't promise that you're going to get, some of the dogs.
Right. We don't want to hold any animal away from a family that would love to have it in their home. So, like I said, we practice open adoptions, and we don't really do holds. Sometimes we'll do appointments for animals in foster care. It's a little bit different, but we really want to get these animals into homes as fast as they can, and loving people show up every day. So, we don't want to wait for someone if we know we have a family that can take them.
And as always, our friends at Piazza Auto Group stepping up within all of this going on. Can you talk about tomorrow's big event thanks to Piazza Subaru of Limerick? That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, we're so excited. It's, all October is Subaru Loves Pets Month. And, we partner with a lot of our local Subaru dealerships. And tomorrow at 11, so I'm hopeful that that's going to be before the rain really starts to settle in. We're going to get this event in at Piazza Subaru in Limerick. We'll have dogs and cats and puppies and kittens. And Subaru is covering the cost of the adoption fees for all of these animals at the event.
That's huge.
So, yes,
this is amazing.
It's a big deal.
And so so Piazza Subaru of Limerick, tomorrow's Subaru Loves Pet Adoption event. And as far as the forecast, I'm looking at the timeline. It looks like as of right now, the brunt of this nor'easter, they're saying, we're talking about Saturday late into Sunday morning. So it looks like Sunday morning actually is the worst of it. Unfortunately, we are going to get a nor'easter, but I think as of right now, I'll blame the meteorologist if they're wrong, but it looks like it's pushing off until late Saturday and then into Sunday morning. So we got that going on. Yeah, absolutely.
Good. We're going to Pumpkin Ale Fest too, down in Rehoboth area. So
nice.
So
there are all these
tomorrow
festivals.
Also. Always so many things going on.
That's wonderful. So do we have to take a quick break? We have we'll show the video on the other side, talk about it. Sarah will stay right there, but Sarah Smith, this is the Brandywine Valley SPCA. And Sarah, you're the best. So we'll take a quick break.
Thank you.
Be right back.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 4.75% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $239 a month for 36 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Northwestern. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly.
This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782
and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid.
Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782.
To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you.
Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782,
or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here, Piazza Pet of the Month, Piazza Auto Group, of course, making this all happening, our corporate sponsor here, and we are partnering with our friends at Brandywine Valley SPCA. You're going to meet Lance, a beautiful 1-year-old American Husky who's looking for a home. So Sarah Smith and I, we had chatted about this with Lance. Take a look. You know what time it is. Piazza Pet of the Month. Dawn Stensland here with our friend Sarah Smith. Tell us about Lance today, Sarah.
You know, he really is a great dog. We don't know too much about him, but he did so great coming on the car ride. He was in a crate the whole time, and he did so wonderful. You know, he probably could use a little bit of confidence. He's a little nervous here in the city, but he's really a great dog, and we know that the right family is out there for him.
You know, for a dog like Lance, he's a year old, is that somebody that you hope they have kids or somebody who loves to go for walks or runs? I would say my dogs are often my personal trainer.
Exactly.
You know?
That's always the case, right? And I mean, this breed is known to be, you know, needing the extra exercise. So I don't know. I mean, he's so sweet, and he could go with anyone. He's young enough that we think that, you know, he'd make a great pet at most homes. He's a good representation of how you just don't know what you're going to find in a shelter. And he came from the local area as a stray. You know, we would love to be able to reunite him with his owners, but if they don't come forward or maybe they aren't out there, then, you know, he's a good representation of what you could find in a shelter if you just stop by. You know, choose adoption. Stop by the Piazza event and see what we have there. It's really, you're saving lives whenever you're adopting, and that's really
You're saving lives. Yes, and I always think when you adopt, for us, we always adopt our dogs from the SPCA. When you do, I think you get the real gift. I feel that way. But you can join Brandywine Valley SPCA, Piazza Subaru of Limerick. That's tomorrow for their Subaru Loves Pet Adoption event. And by the way, this October, Piazza Subaru of Limerick providing direct funding to Brandywine Valley SPCA through a grant administered by the ASPCA to help cover all the costs for, preparing the animals for adoption, all the veterinary expenses, and more. So all adoption fees are waived on site. That's tomorrow, Piazza Subaru of Limerick, 99 Auto Park Boulevard. This is Royersford, PA, and it's tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. there in Royersford at the Piazza Subaru of Limerick. So we hope to see you out there. It's going to be an amazing day, and they have so many adoptable, adorable cutie pie kitties and doggies, and you can meet Lance as well. So thanks to Sarah Smith and Piazza Auto Group as well. So he's such a cutie pie. I love him.
It's like I'm looking at I forget what the name of the thing is where you have the two different colored eyes, but it is
husky. Is that what you mean?
No, there's like a name for two different colored eyes.
Actual.
Yeah, there's like a heterochromia iridium, I think it's called.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, heterochromia.
But
it's something that sometimes these huskies have, and it's kind of rare in huskies. So not only is a husky in itself rare, but to have a husky with heterochromia show up at a place like this, that's amazing. So get out there, get Lance if you want him, if you want a husky. Beautiful. If we weren't having a little girl soon, which is amazing, I would strongly consider Lance, because Lance is a beautiful, beautiful pup.
Gorgeous. And they have lots of gorgeous animals. I will tell you, there's a breaking news story that I want to give you a heads up on, that there was what they're calling an enormous explosion in Tennessee at a factory there where they, I guess, create explosives. So it went off at the Accurate Energetic Systems plant, and we're getting more news on this as the Hickman County, the local sheriff's office. But this is Tennessee, this factory that it looks like it leveled the place. And we don't know what's going on here, but 19 employees remain unaccounted for. And that's according to all of the first responders who are still there, just shifting through the rubble of this thing. So a huge explosion. I mean, it looks like it just leveled. It's like cratered, just leveled the place. The initial blast, they say, was enormous, just rocked the ground. People could feel that explosion, feel the effects of it, as if it were some kind of an earthquake, and could feel the effects miles and miles away. Wow. It's a horrific situation there. Emergency crews still on site and urging the public, obviously, to stay away, evacuations. The feds, here's what's telltale. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, they were dispatched, and they are on scene. And so that has, sometimes as a matter of course, they bring in the feds, but it looks like they brought them in early. So I'm fearful that this perhaps could be more than something that, is just something that happened organically, God forbid. But a deadly explosion, 19 feared dead. And then on top of that, the blast we have confirmed, one dead and many others injured, but 19 unaccounted for in Tennessee there. So I just wanted to bring you that breaking news story that we're learning this new information about this. They're not saying terrorism. They're not confirming anything. Just want to give you the information as it's coming in and what I know about it. But a lot of breaking news today as well as we think about peace in the Middle East and President Trump obviously taking the victory lap, even though I'm very upset that my people, the Nobel Peace Prize, which is obviously given by the Norwegians, which I say tongue-in-cheek. However, I will also say this about the Nobel Peace Prize, that they undoubtedly, they already had decided who they were going to give it to. So perhaps I'll keep hope alive here. Perhaps the Nobel Peace Prize will go to President Trump next year.
I thought you were going to say take it away from the person that wanted this here. Sorry, we're taking that back. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Like a beauty queen contest, you
Yeah,
know,
you
there
get
are
a call
movies
from
like
the
that. We're like, get
guy
that crown off her
Hey,
head.
sorry, but we give you the wrong.
No. What is this?
This is
the phone call?
Yeah, this is the phone call. The emotional moment that the Nobel Peace Prize was.
Yes. Am I talking to Maria Corina Machado?
Yes, this is Maria Corina.
Yes, Maria Corina. My name is Christian Berghardt Piken. I am
Today, man.
the secretary of the Norwegian Nobel Committee in Oslo. And I'm calling to inform
They had to do a
you
hard
that-
cut there. And the only reason I want to show that is
Yeah.
how long does this guy take to get
Yeah.
his message out? Come on, dude.
Well, this is so, first of all, it's so hokey. Like, I really wish that she had said, who? No, you have the wrong.
I don't know who you are.
You have the wrong Maria Corina Machado. You have the wrong person. Who are you calling me? You know, that would have been hysterical. But no, she got it. And look, it's a beautiful thing. Obviously, she's the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, promoting democracy in Venezuela. She was the main opposition leader who's, by the way, in hiding. So I'm not saying Maria doesn't deserve it, but hopefully Trump gets it next year. But it was a little hokey.
No words. I thank you so much, but I hope you understand this is a movement. This is a achievement of a whole society. I am just one person.
And so she's in hiding, and it's a beautiful moment. I want to take nothing away from her because her life is in danger
How do you find
as we speak. Well, that's just it. Yeah. Hopefully she's in Norway. Maybe they just gave it away.
Yeah.
You know.
Hopefully, yeah. Okay.
But
We did get a dog,
it was
yeah.
kind of hokey there. All right, let's better times with I heard Dom. Do we have Dom Giordano? It's a big day.
Uh-oh. It seems
Hey,
like
Dom.
someone just came up and
Uh-oh.
started talking to Dom.
I know. Could you? Who is it? Is it Henry
Yeah.
planning his next vacation
Come
or
on,
something?
guys. Come on. Yeah.
Henry.
Yeah.
He's like talk. Do they have to talk to Dom right when we're about to go to him? I know it's amazing. So if you,
Let's do one more time.
Okay.
Is Dom there? Hello?
Dom.
Yes, I am. Hi, guys.
It worked.
Hey, Dawn. Yeah, a lot of action here already at Mulligan's. We have the great pork roll debate.
Woo!
And also Jack Chettarelli stopping by for a full half hour at 2 o'clock.
Perfect.
And Scott Presler, we're tracking his by drone right now. We don't know when he's going to land like Santa Claus. But Presler will be here.
Like Santa Claus with long, pretty hair. Yeah, well, we're hearing from Rich Zioli that there's an allegation I'm going to make here. Just kidding, but some of the bridges are shut down. I don't know what's going on. It's almost like
I think they're blowing it up.
It's like Bridgegate. You know, they don't want people to get there, Dom.
Oh, that's what, sadly, and Mayor Pete is now a buddy, thanks to Dan and me. But, there were allegations in Wildwood with that first time with Van Drew.
Yes.
They were putting potholes in and then saying they had to fix it.
Oh.
We couldn't get here.
Well, it doesn't matter. All the Patriots will be there, and the head Patriot right now, Dom Giordano. I know you have a great show lined up with the great Jack
Thank you,
Chettarelli.
Dawn. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Dom Giordano's right now.
Elevate your dining space in time for the holidays with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining room pieces, tables, chairs, credenzas, and sideboards, break fronts and china cabinets, servers, even chandeliers, perfect for hosting family and friends. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code DINING25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Happening now through the 15th. Some exclusions apply.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of my new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
That's exactly right. We are back. It's not the summer White House today, but it is the fall White House, although we do have the summer White House shirts ready to go. And what the hell happened to Dan? Henry's sitting in Dan's chair here. What the heck happened to Dan? I hear that Dan is so upset.
Why are they applauding that out there?
The radio station, and he's in some room there holding Jim Kelly and Sean, too, hostage in the other room.
He's got major FOMO.
Yeah, he does. That's right. Well, I think we can safe to say that. All right, folks are
missing out.
Folks are piling in here to 310 West Hildreth, the fall White House today, here on the Dom Giordano Show. Jack Chittarelli, if you're making plans coming down, come down a bit earlier. We'll be here at Mulligan's. I don't know if he's bringing the meatballs as promised, but I do know he's going to sit right here and say, it's gravy. All you sauce people out there.
It's a lot of this crowd. We know
it's a lot of this crowd. All right. And it's macaroni, not pasta. All right. Nobody cares about that when the Jack makes such a big deal out of that. All right. Not nearly as popular. But what we will do for everybody that's not making it to Mulligan, shame on you. We will do everything that's in the news out there with great guests, national significance, etc. Scott Presler will be in the house. People asking for him here. He was over today having breakfast. Now, I was over at the Seaport Pier already. Matt Rooney was there, and listeners were there wanting to be the first in line. I was there at 10:58 a.m. The rally doesn't start officially until 4, and yet people were camped out already. No, to the best of my knowledge, Trump isn't coming, so I don't know if it was about that. I think I'm speaking somewhere around 4:20 or so today.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not following Scott Presler. We got that into the contract, all right? So we have all that going on. One personal note, big personal note. Kurt, you need a big close-up on YouTube. It's not often that you see the name Dom Giordano and Philadelphia City Council in the same breath. But last night I was honored by the 1492 Columbus Society, Jody Della Barbara, as the annual award winner. Journalism, of course. Well, it's a loose term.
Yeah.
And I have in front of me the citation that says they honored George Paquetto, the annual Anna and Severina Werner Award, loyal individual, dedicated time, heart, and effort to the Columbus Day Italian-American Parade, proud Italian Americans. The recipient of this award shows these characteristics. This year, we honored Dom Giordano as the recipient of the Anna and Severina Werner Award, and it's signed by the Presidente of Philadelphia City Council.
Wow, really?
And that's rare because I do know I said at one point when the trial was going on, I thought he should go to jail. What a country.
How much do you think it pained him to sign off on that one?
These guys forget about stuff. The bumbling and fumbling you can always count on. But thanks to Jody Della Barbara, George Paquetto, wonderful stuff last night. And there might be an appearance in the parade. They told me they have a car for me.
Oh, all right.
We're negotiating what type of car.
We need a whole float.
We need a whole float. That's right. All right, Henry, get on that with them. Negotiate that one. But a lot in the news, even though we're here at Mulligan's, the world goes on. We'll be covering a lot of this fabulous rally today. We do have a side question. You can get in on that in a little bit. But first, Dan, Letitia James and our buddy Scott Jennings, who's coming to town in early December, mark that down, Politics and Pints, in his brand new book. Going to be a big night. He's up there in my top 3 guests. Here's Scott Jennings last night on CNN talking about Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, who, as you remember, ran on the platform, "You elect me, I'm going to put Trump in jail." Well, that didn't quite work out. But guess what? As a result of that, Trump may put her in jail. And I'll ask the judge over there, thumbs up, thumbs down, George Geist. Does everybody in the world, CNN last night said, everyone in the world commits mortgage fraud? Meaning they say, that's my second home, and really they're renting it and saving $19,000. And she is the Attorney General. Why would we look at this legally and do anything to her? And yet Trump is a convicted felon. Is it 44 times or 50 times, according to them? I kind of forget. Here's, Dan, Scott Jennings laying out Letitia James.
Have their day in court, and we'll see if the evidence ever makes it to a jury of their peers. Look, I mean, Letitia James is the absolute worst possible poster child for the argument of selective prosecution. Her entire political career has been on the idea of selectively prosecuting one person, Donald J. Trump. Whether you think the merits of the case are strong or weak, or how you think it's going to play out, going out tonight and crying and whining and fussing about selective prosecution when it comes to Letitia James, who ran an entire campaign saying she was going to go after Trump. The cases she brought, it was only because of Trump. I don't think the American people are going to have too much sympathy for it. But she'll get to go to court. She'll get to make her arguments, and we'll see what happens.
I think we need to take a step back.
All right, that's Scott Jennings about Letitia James, one of the stories leading the news today. The story leading the news, and anybody here at the Vegas Diner today for Fox and Friends? All right, we do have, oh man, these guys are hitting, we got a whole tour. We should have a trolley ride. Vegas Diner, Fox and Friends, Dom Giordano's show, Mulligan's, Rich Cioli's show on the boardwalk over there at the Seaport Pier, which looks great already. But today, we're in Wildwood, and Matt Rooney said it best. The point of this rally today is to energize and to show the world New Jersey is no longer blue. New Jersey is purple turning red. And that's what we're going to see in this upcoming election. That's what the point is. Matt Rooney summarized that tremendously. That's the exact point. Now, I speak before Matt Rooney today, so I may steal that a few times around. You got to go where you got to go with something good. But that's the point of the rally. We're expecting at least 1,500, upwards of 2,000 people for a governor's rally in Wildwood in the fall. That is unprecedented, and that's what's going to happen this afternoon. All right, a couple of other things. President Trump did not win the Nobel Peace Prize, if you got up late because of the Phillies and Eagles yesterday. And the people who award this tried to make the point he didn't win it because his work happened after the deadline. So if Trump cured cancer last week, no good. Let's give it to somebody else. That's after the deadline. Now, President Obama did get it only 8 months into his presidency. And they said they gave it to Obama because he looked like he had the instincts for peace, and they wanted to encourage that and give him that pedigree of having the Nobel Prize early on. Now, think about this. Trump has actually, one way or the other, stopped approximately 8 wars. And yet, the Nobel Peace Prize is not something they can see for him. That's the topsy-turvy situation that we're in. All right, we got a great side question today. Also, if you stop over to Mulligan's, you can... Kirk, what's the debate, the vote so far? Have we found any Taylor Ham people here in Johnny Z's establishment? So far, early balloting.
So far, 2, and someone wrote in Taylor Swift.
Wonder who that was. All right, no write-in ballots for Taylor Swift here at Mulligan's. So far, the vote is clearly pork roll. But we'll see if we get some of these people from Central. Henry says there's a Central Jersey.
Has to be.
Doubtful. And North Jersey. are they going to differ with us? People are coming from all over the place for the big rally today. Side question, at the behest of Henry, today is 10-10. We are looking for something, Henry, that is a perfect 10 or as close to it as something, and it can be anything. I'm going to take my favorite, Secretariat coming down the backstretch, 27.5 horse lead, laughing at the other horses, and the jockey going, come on, can't be doing, taunting.
Pulling up like he's Usain Bolt.
That's right. The Secretariat said, I'll give you a head start here. You keep running. I mean, it looked like a machine versus just mere horses running in a field.
Yeah.
And it's a long race, so they were tiring, and Secretariat piling it. I don't know if that's, in a Triple Crown, if that's the biggest win ever. It's got to be up there. It probably is. So that's my 10. How about yours?
Yeah, I got a couple here. First, I'm going to take off the board chocolate-covered pretzels. I don't think there's a better snack than that.
Okay.
I mean, it's salty. It's sweet. I love chocolate. It doesn't get much better than that. And then the other one I'm going to take off is the few moments in the sports calendar when all your teams play at the same time,
right?
And they all come out with wins. I'd really like to be a part of that one day.
Yeah, it's rare. And 0 for 3 like last night. That was nuts. That was brutal.
Throw it to first.
Okay. All right. I don't know. You know, we hear on WIP listening coming down that let's be kind to Kerkering. I don't think that's the sentiment of the average baseball fan or average person. It's nuts that he lost his mind there.
Yeah, like I feel bad for the guy, but at the same time, he's a pro. He's got to know where to go in that moment.
Yeah, everybody knows that. You're taught that. Where am I going to go? How many outs? What do I do if it's hit to me?
You know, and JT's pointing at first base, trying to let him know. Maybe he should have shouted a little louder, but
yeah, exactly. It is shocking at that moment. All right, more people coming into Mulligan's. You got to get here soon. The back room will be filling up. And we are getting ready. This is the pre-game rally. I think Rich Cioli by phone, or is he coming over?
He's going to be by phone.
By phone. Making too much of the parking. I was over there. Now, the fact that Matt Rooney said we have a designated parking space for you, well, that makes a difference.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think you're going to be able to park. You get here, you're going to have a lot of fun today. The speakers are unbelievable. I think Scott Presler is really the main attraction, although there are other influencers here. All right, our first panel coming up. Your calls are 855-839-1210. Get in early. Hit us with an all-time 10. We decide the winner today. All that is in play, and this is something the average radio station couldn't pull off. We're in 2 locations, 2 hours away from the radio station, with a lot of engineering, a lot of stuff going on, and we're happy to be doing it with you. This is the big event of the day. When Fox News goes live all over the place in this, you know it's major. 855-839-1210.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Still asleep?
How cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her.
That might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano at our fall summer White House. That's Mulligan's. They still have the T-shirts in front of me. Are two of the architects of today's spectacular event. Mike Donahue, Judge Donahue is all the time. That's all Scott Presser says. And the mayor of Where the Giordano's Summer, Mayor Patrick Rosanelli. Guys, thanks. Who's minding the store over there? I know you guys are on a time crunch here. A lot of planes landing, a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Mike, wanted to start with you, though, that the other night we didn't have a chance to talk with you. You were busy doing this. I had Matt on, and it hadn't crystallized that Jack Ciattarelli is suing Mikey Sherrill over the whole opioids thing. Were you guys aware that that was out there, that we were going to hear this, claiming he's responsible, tangentially at least, for the deaths of thousands of people in New Jersey?
No, it's ridiculous. It's over the top. And the odd thing about it is you have a Democrat statewide candidate for governor in New Jersey who shouldn't be worried, right? Who's trying to throw a Hail Mary to save her campaign. And it's a disgusting, terrible accusation that comes from, I understand, Jack had a printing company for medical books, and some company printed a book and said something about safety of opioids or some, and she conflates that into you're responsible for killing thousands of people. What we've seen with President Trump over the last several years is he has had the audacity to sue these people when they say these kind of things, and he's won tens of millions of dollars.
That's the thing that shocks me, because a little thing here, back to Rutgers Law School, dropout for me, not a judge. It's very hard to sue someone like Trump as a public figure they let you say anything you want about them, but that's changing now.
Well, there are limitations even on that exception, because under that, in the defamation law, if you're a public figure, it really takes a lot.
Yes.
But if you know that it's false and you
Right.
say it with the intention to harm that person's reputation, et cetera, you can meet that standard of defamation. And I think it's smart for Jack to do this. I think he's got a good leg to stand on. And we have to do this kind of thing when they do this to us, right? When they say these outrageous, over-the-top things, they need to be sued, and they need to be called to account, and the courts need to stand up and say there is a limitation to how much you can do to hammer somebody who got involved in public life, because there is. We should have free speech. We should have an open debate, but you shouldn't be able to stand up there and say somebody murdered people. Absolutely false. It's a terrible accusation of a crime.
When we have the guy in Virginia that none of them will renounce who wants to murder kids in the arms of their mother.
That's right.
And worse.
But that's okay.
Yeah. Mayor
Crazy.
Patrick Rosanelli, Mayor of North Wildwood, where we go every summer. Your role in this is host. How did that come about?
The chairman called me and said, "Hey, Mayor, we're thinking about putting this little event together. You know,
Right.
couple hundred people. Where do you think we could hold it in North Wildwood?"
Right.
And originally it was going to be inside at Seaport Pier, which would hold a few hundred people. But then about 2 weeks ago, he said, "We have to."
Revenge if you go across them. They bring I thought the Marines were going to storm the beaches of North Wildwood one summer.
Yeah, and again, though, you see with Trump, and I think hopefully you'll see with Jack Ciattarelli, really putting the power back where it belongs, which is with the people, right? Which is the people who elect the voters.
Have been. Today's rally, the energy and all this, will make a physical statement, and with national coverage, that Jersey is no longer a deep blue state. It's purple turning red. And that this race just comes down, the final nail is turnout. And the mail-in ballot is really encouraging to me. We've gone to the wall, in talk radio because people are suspect of that. That has improved this time tremendously, and that's all that we need. You can't start a game down 50 to nothing.
Right.
And at half, we're playing at halftime, and they're already on the field with 50 points.
The rate of return for mail-in ballots in New Jersey, the Republicans are outpacing the Democrats. Now, raw ballots, the numbers are different, but that has never happened. So we've never seen that our rate of return of mail-in ballots is actually higher than the Democrats. That's huge, because the more we cut into that margin, let's say it's going to be a 2-point, 3-point, 4-point race, and we're cutting into their mail-in ballot advantage by 3 points. And then we dominate early voting, those 9 days before Election Day, and we dominate Election Day. So any degree that we close that gap in the mail-in ballots is huge for us. I mean, it can't be overstated. But I just wanted to touch on Mayor Rosanello and I have been friends and allies for a very long time. He has been a tremendous help with this rally, as well as Matt Rooney and my executive director, Mac Tassitano. It was really all of us who about 6 weeks ago, we were thinking about doing this in the spring, and it slipped, and we got everybody together. And I kind of expected everybody to be like, nah, it's too late. Every single one of those guys said, we could do it, let's do it. So we've been running choke out for 6 weeks to put this together, and I believed if we use that magic of President Trump's rally from 2024, Cape GOP, America First, return to the Wildwoods, we will attract people. And boom, did it happen. I mean, it just started happening. Once we got Jack locked in, Then we got Congressman Van Drew locked in, and then all these other folks. And it created this momentum of these national speakers of Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec and Scott Pressler and others, along with our New Jersey people and Cape May County people. It's just going to be unbelievable. Like you said, unprecedented, sort of, I'm calling it hashtag legendary, because it's huge. And now it's a national event, Dom.
It is.
For us, in little
Absolutely.
old Cape May County, put together this national event
Right.
with Mayor Patrick Rosanello. Couldn't have done it without Patrick. Couldn't have done it without Matt Rooney. Couldn't have done it without Melanie Collette, our vice chair. A couple other people who are fantastic. Can I just say real quickly, we have an incredible security plan that the North Wildwood
I
Police
saw the
Department has
drones.
done.
9 drones.
9 drones. There's don't disclose it all, Don. But yeah, we have an incredible security plan. State Police, Prosecutor's Office,
Right.
Sheriff's Department, K9, drones. It's just. It is so thorough, so complete, covering every angle, every sight line, that we can't thank law enforcement enough, especially the North Wildwood Police Department, for everything they've done to keep us safe at this event. It's the era we live in. They assassinated Charlie Kirk. We can't be too careful. But we're also not going to hide in our houses and let them chase us away.
That is so well
that's
put.
what part of this is about. This is a statement also about, you may have assassinated Charlie. You're not going to shut us up. You're not going to keep us locked in our houses. We're going to keep talking about the things that we believe in, about saving this country, about America First policies. That's what today is all about.
And
It's
I might
about
add-
Jack, and it's
right.
about all of that.
There's a
That's
big
all
tribute
really important.
to Charlie
It's a
Kirk
great tribute to
and
Charlie
the great
Kirk.
artist on the spot,
Scott Lebedo, yeah.
Lebedo.
Scott
Wait,
Lebedo tonight is going to unveil 2 paintings he's never displayed in public before at the Charlie Kirk Vigil part of the rally toward the end. And we're going to have Jack Posobiec and others, and Cliff Maloney, who are personal friends of Charlie's up there. It's going to be beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful.
Underline this Cliff Maloney guy. Presler is my guy that comes on, but
Yeah.
I don't want to short him. I know him too.
Well,
He is a fanatic. He
they're
promised
not
500,000 doors they're
that's
going
right.
to knock on in Jersey.
So what Cliff says is we're not he and Scott are not competitors. Scott's registering thousands
Right.
of voters.
Right.
Cliff's knocking on all the doors.
Right.
So it's a great synergy that happens between them. Cliff is knock on the door, give him the literature, talk to the voter. Scott is find that person who's not registered, get him registered Republican, get him the vote. So it all fits together. It worked in Pennsylvania. It worked in other places. It's going to work in New Jersey. So we could flip New Jersey. We're in the game. Like, we no longer have a deficit of belief in our ability to win statewide. People are
Right.
and that's evidence today that there's going to be 3,000 people in October on the boardwalk to rally around the fact that we can flip New Jersey red. It's all happening. It's happening right here in Cape May County.
I was here for the first Trump, was on the eve of COVID, and the bar was packed even more. And only days later, they shut us down for COVID.
Yeah.
We dodged a bullet. The second one, May 14th, I don't know about 100,000 people, but it was unbelievable. And the evidence of that, you have a big Trump merchandise out there on the boardwalk. It's incredible.
That's a
how
guy
much
we
this
know.
guy-
And it's an
Okay.
interesting story. I won't drop his name because maybe
Yeah.
he doesn't want to drop, but he was on The Apprentice in the first season. He was the first one fired, I think. And
okay.
so he has a relationship ongoing with the Trump
Yeah.
kind of organization and has a license and
Yeah.
to do that. So it's great. Where he's set up and ready to go. He's got his merchandise.
It's got everything going there.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks for
you,
being
Dom.
included.
Yeah.
And I don't have to follow Scott Presler. That was my agreement. Don't have to
That's
do
good.
that. And the mayor, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks for the town when you come rolling down Central Avenue in there. I've even told Mayor Sherelle Parker about it. She said she'll get on it. There are other pressing things in Philadelphia, but no town has that. It's
beautiful.
When did that come about, North Wildwood? When you come right down the center?
Central Avenue, that's been quite a few years.
Yeah.
We've
It's
been
a
doing
showplace.
a lot of beautication. The new entrance coming into town now makes a big difference.
And the recreation center,
Yeah.
I see those tax dollars going to work there.
That's right.
It's a real good
That's right.
spot.
Yep.
A lot of pickleball courts.
Yep.
All right, Mike, thank you. We'll
Dom,
see you in a
thank you.
couple
Always
hours.
a pleasure.
Mayor, thank
Thanks,
you
Dom.
very much.
Thanks
you,
for
guys.
being a part of the rally, Dom.
Thank you. Thanks for coming
Yeah.
over. All right, there's Mike Donahue, Judge Mike Donahue, and Mayor Patrick Rosanella, the mayor of North Wildwood here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, this is around the time the crowd starts to come in at Mulligan's. We're at 310 West Hildreth Avenue. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. If you're coming to the event, stop in. Don't forget Jack Chittarelli will be here 2 until 2:30, and Scott Presler will be coming our way on his own time. We'll figure that out. A lot more coming up, though, and we're continuing to watch what else happens here with this Letitia James, the Nobel Prize, and coming up, Jimmy Kimmel says there is no Antifa. That's all made up. It's like a fairy tale that these right-wingers believe in. How would you like to have Antifa visit Jimmy Kimmel's house? Maybe he would realize who they are then. All right. First, though, let me tell you about my great friend Diane Cardano. Most home sellers are being tied to people they trust, and they may not be trustworthy. It's costing them a fortune. Diane Cardano has sold thousands of homes. You know her over the years with me, and she's identified the 10 biggest myths that aren't just bad advice. They drain $50,000, $75,000, even $100,000 from your bottom line. She's hosting a free breakfast seminar for home sellers Saturday, May 18th at 9 a.m. Join me and Diane. It's in Fort Washington. Great breakfast, and she'll reveal the truth about pricing, staging, photography, and the one biggest mistake that forces homes to stay on the market for months after months, losing thousands. All attendees will get a copy of Diane's newest book, Model Home Mindset. So join Diane Cardano and me on October 18th. RSVP now. Just call Diane now. It's free. 215-576-8666 or online 215-576-8666.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
It is a quiet finish to the work week before a strong coastal storm system develops over the weekend. Sunshine and clouds today and pleasant with a high around 66. Increasing clouds tonight, low 53 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And for Saturday, mostly cloudy, chance for a few showers during the afternoon with a high near 70.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Listen up, Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show here at Mulligan's. When you hear me stumble a little bit there, it's not an unprofessional thing. It's just the noise level here. You want to be part of it. People starting to come in, getting ready. The pregame show for the big rally you heard about. It is going to be enormous here in Wildwood. I'll give you the people we have in front of us here. Are another panel here, but Frank Scales and his colleague Ian are in the house. I was at an event last night. I don't know, Mike, you're of this generation, sort of. You're a little bit older. I mean, the guy's only 22.
Okay.
But you came out of nowhere. Mike is just a guy with no last names, just Mike, and that's what it says. He's speaking here today in North Wildwood of Wake Up, New Jersey, one of our go-to sites, particularly now. But have you seen Frank Scales?
I have not.
You haven't heard the story. He's 22, and Larry Krasner, the very progressive DA, he confronted him in a park. And I think the 5 million mark easily was crossed of the number of views in this because the DA was in bike gear and called him a Nazi and told him to put down Mein Kampf.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So you're a little bit more anonymous, and you have to be because of your day job, I guess. But people, they don't know who you are. You don't get confronted then on the stuff that you're putting. Not that it's inflammatory, but it is powerful. You really know New Jersey. What would you say... why Mikey Sherrill? What's the biggest tell that she doesn't know New Jersey? And no matter how long, is it the pork roll the other night? Is that our biggest?
I think for me, it's just the circumventing of topics. You say like helicopter, laser focus, Trump.
Right.
It just keeps going around in a circle. But and there's platitudes and actually no structure to like what is actually going to happen. It's just blame, blame, blame. And this guy's not doing a good job. But hire me. I'm going to be a great candidate for you.
Yeah, but this idea, I put a lot of credence in it, that if you're not from New Jersey, it's going to be hard to win statewide because you're always trying to figure out Jersey rather than growing up in it organically and knowing what it's about.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely going to be something she's have to confront. But the base that she has is unfortunately very well ill-informed about the topics here. And she's just riding, Trump bad, last 10 years like every other Democrat in New Jersey. It's actually pretty awful that they're not more informed about that. They can be riled up so easily.
Yeah, and affordability in this race is said to be the biggest issue. Well, then how can any Democrat, I mean this literally, be elected? They're the architects of making things not affordable. That's their mission. That's why they go off to transfer wealth to people at the upper level and the lower level.
Well, when you say the word free, it's taxpayer funded. You can't promise endless things. I mean, your wallet's getting destroyed. Your bank account's getting destroyed. At a certain point, you're going to run out of money. So you keep playing those games all you want. Eventually, the well's going to run dry.
We're also joined by our friend Robin Schaefer, and we'll be at the Seaport Pier today, Robin. And one of the things I'm going to say, and you're on after me, so you can say it too if you want, I'm going to thank you, and I'm going to thank your group for protecting that great vista we'll be able to see across the Seaport Pier without the giant windmills. We passed by them the other day on our way to Brigantine, the windmills there in Atlantic City. And picturing that, in addition to the destruction, in addition to the cost overlay of that, has not come up this much in this governor's race, though.
It's still being talked about. I was glad to see that it came up during the debate the other night, that Jack Ciattarelli brought it up. He talked about the Empire Wind project that's still being constructed off of off North Jersey and southern Long Island. Well, not that Long Island really has a northern. I mean, but I digress for a second. One of our board members was flying over the site yesterday and said that Empire now has 34 of these massive bases already put in by the Norwegian company that is putting the project in or constructing it. We hope that, and we keep pushing through legal means to stop that project and all offshore wind, because as you know, it's not just a view issue. It's these are like future industrial accidents waiting to happen. Each one of them could be a Superfund site down the road, and nobody wants that except for the people that are getting rich off of these projects. I mean, the contracts for energy that have been negotiated with these companies, foreign energy companies, are ridiculous. I mean, they're 4 or 5 times what the cost of power is from more reliable sources like nuclear and gas. And what I also noted from the debate was that Mikey Sherrill talked about she wants to freeze our already high rate increases. She said, I will freeze your rate hikes, which I don't, the first time she said it at the first debate, I thought, well, maybe I'll give her a pass. Now she said it multiple times and keeps saying that. So she wants to freeze our rates at historically high levels while
Great
Jack
point.
is talking about let's drive our prices down.
Well, my summary is he said, I'm going to drive energy down, driving costs down. She said, I'm going to sue Trump.
Right.
That was the summary of the last debate. Joining us, a wild card, because he hasn't been with us before, even though he's a listener and called in, is former judge and the last Republican senator in Cape May County. So will we ever see a Republican senator in Cape May County again, or a Republican mayor of Philadelphia? I think we can see him in Camden County more than in Philadelphia. But Judge, you also told me you are the senatorial wing of the Dom Giordano fan club. You're a lieutenant in the Zaioli Army. Well, I'm making you a major general in that wing of the fan club here. Henry, bestow the honor on this guy right there. You go. All right, he's a general. Battlefield promotion here at Mulligan's, the first of the day.
Thank you.
Although I should have said Colonel. I like how these guys in movies call each other Colonel, even though they're not. Thank you, Judge.
So I'm a dominator.
There you go. All right, take that, Zaioli. We'll hear from him later on. He'll be on by phone, I think. So, Judge, now that you're out of those two fields, you're able to speak more freely.
I am.
And you were the last Republican senator winning in Camden County, which is very difficult. Give us your analysis. Where are we in the governor's race?
6 times I won to represent the 4th district in
Right.
Camden County. But I'm back. And I want to emphasize 2 things. Atlantic Electric and PSE&G. If you're listening to Dom and you get one of those bills, you should run to the polls to vote for Jack, because Jack is for Jersey.
All right, sounds like you're running for office here. Can we still tag in a different lieutenant governor? I don't know. All right. Well, that's absolutely true. So that we're seeing, even in a purple state at this point turning red, we're seeing the last vestiges of this with Mikey Sherrill. Mike, what's the biggest thing on Twitter at Wake Up New Jersey for you right now, other than this governor's race? You cover you have quite an eye, and you're using AI a little bit more, right?
Well, I use AI for the photos that we're making and everything.
Right.
And then we're making some songs as well, too. But I think the biggest thing affecting Jersey, obviously taxes.
Right.
It's the affordable home crisis that's happening right now. There's so many that are being built, and land grabs are happening, especially in Cranberry, New Jersey.
Right. And our listeners in Pennsylvania are very much in tune to this. That family farm there, that taking, they've screwed up everything, and now they're adding so-called more. I remember I was in law school for the original Mount Laurel decision, and that stuff coming down, and what was going to happen with this. This is on steroids now, and all it's doing, driving away. Jersey has a good number of rural areas, Sussex County, places like that, the Pine Barrens. What's driving it? Why are they doing that?
Well, I really think they just want to just bring the urban to suburban for the most part, is that
Right.
way. But the problem with that is that you're increasing property taxes because now the stuff's being subsidized. And these developers have carte blanche to just sue towns and say, hey, listen, we're going to do this. And your township's got to say, well, I guess I got to. And it's really affecting every township in New Jersey. Cranberry, at that point, had zero need for affordable housing, yet they pushed it as well, too. So also just keep looking in your areas, and I implore you to make sure you go into your local township committees and see what they're doing, because they might be building something you might like a homeless shelter that's going to be bringing in like 4 counties into your area. Not that I don't want a homeless shelter, but like you got to be objective about like what we're doing in our townships and make sure we stand up for it.
Coming up, I asked all 3 guys the Trump factor in this. How big of a factor is Trump for Jack Ciattarelli? Is there an upside? Is there a downside? We'll ask all 3. Get in on the side question too. Don't forget. We're looking, I'll ask you guys too. George, I'll start off with you coming up. Today's side question, 10-10, October 10th, is a perfect 10. Who or what is a perfect 10? Mine was secretary. What was yours again, Henry? Chocolate covered pretzels. Okay. Yeah, simple question. What is a perfect 10? Come on out, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Still some room in the back room. We'll get you in here at Mulligan's. Always a great time with friends You'll meet new people that are coming today to the big rally, which starts around 3 o'clock. So get a good lunch, get a couple drinks, be ready to go. And let's talk about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. Exciting news at the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and his wife, Dr. Cooley Bentz, are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team. That's right, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. So now we have the entire Bentz family ready to go. And Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments for the most complex dental issues. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, all kinds of improvements with my oral health, the electric toothbrush, the various things he tells me to do that will limit all the difficulties to get ahead of them. You can get that same guidance, that road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Just call and schedule that appointment today at 610-272-6949. Call Dr. Bentz today, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, BENTZ Dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'd like to see what would happen to Zach Bryan if he spit in the face of an ICE agent. Calling cops cocky mother effers is a bad look, especially with police under attack in America. But it's his right to do it.
And it's going to be a #1 song.
Well, why don't we survey the Andy Chan holiday block party and ask all those cops when we're there having beers next year? Yeah, I come after everybody on this show. I took out Pam Bondi and Zach Bryan, and we're not even halfway through the show.
We should just hit him up to donate to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Then I'd shut up.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A coastal storm could bring strong winds, major rainfall, and flooding to the area this weekend. A losing trifecta for Philly sports, headlined by the end of the Phillies playoff run and 2025 season. SEPTA commuters keep checking for cancellations and delays. The transit agency's facing a host of new problems.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So great panel here, great time here at Mulligan's. Frank Scales is not out talking to Larry Krasner today. He'll be here coming up, the young guy who has really rocked the political scene where I was last night at an event. That's all they talked about. But we have room for you, and you can call in too at 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. We'll take it. Just because we're here at Mulligan's, we'll get it. Give us a 10. Today is 10-10. Something or someone who is a 10. All right, Senator Geist, the Trump factor in this. We've seen back and forth that Trump and Cettarelli during the debates has said proudly he's with President Trump on stuff. Would you advise politically that President Trump appears with Cettarelli somewhere, or is it better the way this is working out now, the way they're going forward?
First of all, thanks for the question. When you think of Trump, you should, in New Jersey, think of SALT, state and local taxes.
Right.
We are sick and tired of state and local taxes. The president signed the law that enables us to deduct state and local taxes. He did that for all of us. Jack will be the best governor working with President Trump to lower the taxes that we can now deduct.
All right, George. Is this guy running for office here? The room gets quiet when he speaks. All right, so what's a 10 out of 10 for you?
A 10 out of 10 is donkey steaks. Jack just took us to donkeys. Donkey steaks are a 10.
Mike, you got to get this guy and wake up to New Jersey, I told you. He's so proud to have him as a senator in the Dom Giordano fan club here. Mike, the Trump factor here, Wake Up New Jersey. How do the people that follow you think, would you think? More Trump involvement or less?
Well, I would say middle of the road for me. I would say for the people here, they love what he's doing.
Right.
They love, the ICE. They're going after sanctuary cities. Obviously, the Democrats really like just saying Trump 24/7. But it's going to be interesting with this Gaza thing that just happened, because we're talking about government shutdown. Now it's going to deflect from that. Like, dude's bringing peace in. Maybe he's not that bad of a guy. You might get independents that are really going to shift, the narrative here with this. So we'll see what comes up, in the next couple of weeks. But I know the Democrats are really playing the Trump card hard. But, I think
helicopter Trump helicopter, yes.
Laser focus. Don't forget about that, too.
All right, 10 out of 10 for Mike.
I think it's snowy day. Are you talking about scenario or just food? Or
anything.
I think snowy day, hot chocolate marshmallows, watching a movie. I think that's one of my perfect things.
All right, very nice. All right, Robin, you're stumped by that answer. So more Trump or less Trump here, Robin, in the last month?
I think that we need to continue with where we're at. I mean, I think that I think Jack hit the right notes at the debate on Wednesday.
Right.
That you shouldn't run away from Trump's record, because what Trump is doing is really, really good for New Jersey. Closing the border, which has already been talked about. The fact that the things he's putting in place are going to improve the economy for New Jerseyans. He's going to lower costs. He's going to he's got the tax cuts.
Right.
And the judge mentioned the SALT. That's huge. I don't know how you can not give him a little bit of credit. I mean, maybe not. Maybe he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize this year. He definitely deserves it. But I didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize either. I don't know. Did you get it this year?
No, I hear next year Henry's handling that. Dan handed that assignment off to him. And an Oscar, Dan fumbled on that. We never got one yet.
No
I have
Oscars?
more hope for Henry. No Oscar yet. Even though I've only been in one movie, I believe. I think it was on the cutting room floor.
Do you have the shelf space already designated for the Oscar?
I do. That's right alongside all these other things I'm bringing here today to show off. 10 out of 10, Robin. What's a 10 out of 10?
Well, being from Ocean City, I have to say that there's nothing as succulent and tasty as a Brown's donut, fresh, when it's still steaming hot. I'm fortunate, or maybe unfortunate enough, to live close enough to actually be able to to get that aroma coming in my window. When the wind is blowing just right. So, absolutely incredible. All flavors, but I go with the standard cinnamon.
Okay.
Have you had a brownstone up before?
I have, yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good,
they're great.
good.
Guys, thank you very much. I know two out of three are speaking. Maybe we tell them they had George Geist there.
I'll put the
He's got the
suggestion in.
volume. He won't need the microphone there. Thanks, Senator.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Mike,
Thank you.
continued success. Thank you for coming
I appreciate
by.
having us on. Thank you.
I don't know that you beat me here on a bike, though, with a car. Let's have that race
I
again.
did.
It's an electric bike, though.
Yes, I know. Yes, it is.
Well, wait a minute. Well, tell me, a bike I have admiration for. Why the electric bike, though?
Well, I ride through Philly, so there's hills and downhills and curves, and I just need to get where I need to go. And a long day of work, I have no legs at the end of the day, so it's nice to have that power.
Is that solar or wind powered?
Well, I'll put a little turbine on the back, maybe I'll drive. Actually, I'll work out because it spins and it'll generate for me.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Big 1 o'clock hour coming up. We're going to talk with Frank Scales at 2. Jack Cianarelli will be here at Mulligan's, 210 West Hildreth Avenue. Now's a great time to come in, say hello, meet old friends, make new friends. Just like the judge will be hanging out here. 855-839-1210. You get in on Talk Radio 1210. All right, that's all coming up, Jim.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
The talks that formed modern democracy took place in Philadelphia 250 years ago. Now, talks about the future of our democracy are taking place here once again. Visit Philadelphia is proud to host the TED Democracy Speaker Series, a powerful exploration of how we can build a society where everyone has access to education, economic mobility, safety, and dignity. Taking place October 14th at the Penn Museum in University City. Register for this free event today at visitphilly.com/TED.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail.
Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/try. QUO.com/try.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano with you here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. And everybody here at Mulligan's, this is Frank Scales on my right, and on my far right, his colleague in arms, Ian. This is the guy who confronted Larry Krasner, the legal genius who told him you can't take his picture in public, and was wearing a Clash shirt and some helmet that looked like it went back to the Hindenburg days. All right. So Frank Scales is in the house with us. You can meet him here at Mulligan's. He was good enough to come down here with Ian. Ian, your last name, I'm sorry.
McGinnis.
McGinnis.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The Irish guy.
The Irish guy.
Yeah.
And you guys are headquartered in South Philly. At least
Yes,
you
sir.
are, Frank,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Surge Philly's headquartered in South Philly, born and raised. You know what I mean? And we're trying to make Philly great again, make Philly safe again. Dom, thank you for having us on the show. It means a lot.
Thank you very much. Now, tomorrow is a big day every Saturday, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Unless it's pouring, you guys from 4 to 6 hold your debate sessions.
Yes, sir.
At
Rain or
the
shine. Rain or shine.
Logan Circle, and you can follow on Twitter at Surge Philly, right?
Yes.
This guy from Ghana who ran off with your chair was quite entertaining after the debate over illegal immigration.
Yep.
Yeah, and one thing we learned is we have to get fully set up and then put the sign up, because we were setting up and a guy from Ghana with no shirt on, with,
smoking weed in a park.
Something, yeah, he came up and he just started staring at us, and we didn't know what was going on. So, he said, do you want to talk? Because anybody's welcome to talk to us. Unlike Larry Krasner, we talk to people who disagree with us.
Yep.
We talk to people who don't know anything about politics. We talk to anyone and everyone, because everyone has a right to vote as they should. I don't know about the man from Ghana, but we have to talk to everybody, and we have to spread the message. That's what conservatives do that Democrats don't, and we're going to continue to do it every weekend. Logan Square, Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. We're excited for tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. No word from Larry Krasner, of course. The morning show host, Nick Kale, and the boss, Greg Stocker, each put up $500.
Absolutely.
If Krasner will debate you, I will do that too.
Okay, Dom.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Yeah.
Not saying I won't be a safe distance away heckling. I mean, just the mere sight is enough. So tell me, because I've never gotten Krasner into a debate or anything like that, Frank and Ian. What was that like up close? You seem not to have a heartbeat. You're very, very calm. You're like the Phillies pitcher Suarez, doesn't have a heartbeat.
Cool, calm, and collected. It always wins.
Weren't you feeling, finally in my sights?
Right.
How were you or did you feel from the initial thing when he said, you can't film me, Frank, in this manner? You knew you had him. That's preposterous.
Yeah, well, I walked up, and, it's never easy walking up to somebody with that much power, but I walked up, and my heart was beating a little bit, but then I asked him, why wasn't I allowed in your town hall? A very simple question.
Right.
And he essentially exposed himself. He did all the work.
Yep.
I didn't have to do much. All I had to do was stand there with the camera and try to hold it steady. The only time that I couldn't hold it steady was when he made the breastfeeding joke. That knocked my socks off. I couldn't hold the camera. If you look at the video, I was shaking. I was like, what? What does that mean?
Right.
But,
and when he grabbed your phone, too.
Yeah, he actually grabbed the phone. And the main thing is, I went there with good intentions to ask questions, to have a conversation. Me and Ian went to the town halls to have a conversation. We disagreed with them already, but the important thing is civic discourse. We're supposed to have conversations with the people we disagree with, and we went in good spirits. We went to the town halls in good spirits. We went to the park in good spirits.
Right.
Krasner is a hateful man, and he exposed himself there because you can't hide what's in your heart. It eventually comes out, and it came out that day in the park.
And I just want to say real quick that this is a guy who actually encourages people to go up to federal law enforcement, police officers, and stick a phone in their face and antagonize
That
them.
is a great point.
And
Let's go back to that.
Yeah.
He does seminars on this. He tells people, and he knows what he's doing.
Absolutely.
Pushing people over the line to harass people there who are enforcing the law, could get in the middle of something. All you're doing is taking a dorky guy on a bike ride and putting a camera there.
Exactly.
And as a result, but I'm amazed, Frank, there's something about you that got him to want to mind comp you and all that stuff that he engaged. It must have enraged him that he couldn't just walk off and say, all right, Frank, you made your point. Good night. I'm going to go ride my bike.
Right, and you've seen it. As soon as I walked up and asked him why I wasn't allowed at his town hall, he immediately started attacking me about my student government record. And that's not something everybody's seen, but he immediately attacked me on my student government record.
Wait a minute now. You got elected president of community college, you told me.
Yes.
You supported Donald Trump, then you got impeached.
Yes.
Kangaroo court. Kangaroo court.
Yes, they impeached me for hate speech. For supporting the founding fathers.
But talk about that at community college. Was it a kangaroo court you were called into?
Yes. So it was 2 hearings. First, they had a conduct case against me and said that I was guilty of hate speech. What was that hate speech? It was supporting the founding fathers, and that's actually in writing.
Well, the founding fathers community college, that's problematic. I used to teach there. I can understand that.
In the cradle of liberty, in the place where the Declaration, the Charters of Freedom were signed in Philadelphia, Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and Bill of Rights all signed in Philadelphia. And at the community college, we're not even allowed to talk about the founding fathers anymore. We have to take a stand, and you've seen Charlie Kirk say it. Conservatives are used to playing defense. We're more focused on our businesses, on our families. We don't want a very strong government, and we don't want to do everything through government. But these people are coming for our basic civil liberties, our basic right to speak out, our basic right to record politicians in parks. It's time we start playing offense and taking stands.
By the way, everybody here at Mulligan's and listening today, Mike Donahue, who's putting on the rally this afternoon, said the rally's 2 parts. One, to show that Jersey is no longer blue, it's turning red. But the second part, even though there's massive security, I'm not supposed to say the number of drones and the number of law enforcement it's enormous. In addition to that, he said, we're not going to hide. We're going to speak in mass crowds in public here in Wildwood, in Jersey, with proper precautions. And I support the Seaport Pier, because, they have to take into consideration the crazies that are out there, et cetera. Putting us on with thousands of people in just a governor's race. And that's there's a big tribute to Charlie Kirk. And I was going to ask both you guys, I was not aware of the reach of Charlie Kirk, whose birthday is Tuesday, until this happened. I knew of the radio show. I knew what he did on campuses a bit. Did you guys know that? Were you inspired by him?
Absolutely.
Did you ever see him at all, Ian?
100%. For the last about 5 years, Charlie Kirk has been, a mainstay on all of our social media feeds. All of this, this passion, this energy that we put into the municipal politics, holding people accountable in our city, that comes from Charlie Kirk. There would be no Surge Philly if there was no Charlie Kirk. Everything that man did was for the betterment of our Western culture, for all of our values, American heritage, and quite frankly, he was assassinated for preaching God's will, and it's just a terrible tragedy, and we just want to carry the torch.
And you look at Charlie Kirk, and there's a lot of conservatives out there, but what the core of Charlie Kirk was saying is he was preaching the message of Jesus Christ, and that's what made him so powerful. That's why his impact is so prevalent today. And if conservatives stand for anything, it's truth, beauty, and honor. And that's why we're going to wear the armor of God. We need security, obviously. We need to be safe. But we're to go out. We're going to speak in mass crowds. We're going to speak to people who disagree with us. And we're going to continue getting the message out there. And we're going to be successful at the end of the day, because God is going to be with us. He's going to protect us. And we're going to get the mission done. We're going to achieve what we have to. And we're going to save the Republic. This is about saving the Republic. It's in the cities. It's in the states. We need to elect Republicans everywhere.
Everywhere.
All right, Ian McGinnis with us and Frank Scales. And you guys are acute political observers, Frank, confronting Larry Krasner. Henry, ace producer, is a really good basketball player. Went outside on the Dom Giordano 40-yard football throw. Take a look at this guy. Exhibit, Henry, youtube.com/1210. Exhibit your throwing style. I'm going to ask the two of you Do you think that Henry threw a ball 40 yards? Henry, well, stand up. How about the throwing style here first? Yeah. Here we go.
Let's see the form. Let's see the form.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at that. That's downfield. That's a bomb. It's gone. That's out of sight. I'm looking for it.
All right. You think 40 yards?
Yeah, I can say it.
Frank?
I can say it.
All right, Henry. What was the tell?
We've got video evidence here. If that wasn't 40 yards, I don't know what is.
Exactly.
All right. With a Bridgestone ball, a phony ball that I threw into this. That's exactly right. That's exactly.
Let me tell you this too. That ball.
Yes.
It's the easiest spiral I've ever thrown in my entire life.
Okay. I may have to try it then before we leave here today. Do you think Frank Scales looks like a 40-yard throw after running Krasser?
I
Ian?
think so.
Ian too? Both these guys.
Why not?
Okay,
yeah.
We might have to try it.
40 yards.
We'll go back outside.
Hey, Johnny, by the way, step in here. We got, seat for you over here. 45?
40 yards.
40?
All right.
I want a warm-up, though. I want a warm-up.
Oh, you'd have a warm-up. We'll impeach you again.
What do we think Krasner is? I give him 10 yards.
Oh, yeah. He's got a wimp arm. Yeah, he's not that. I won't give him 10 yards. That's generous.
Roll off the side of his finger. Careening off.
Krasner throws like a girl. I promise it.
All right. Frank Scales with us here. You can meet him here. He's here for a while. And Ian McGinnis, the two of them from Surge Philly. Where do we find you guys on Twitter and social media? Where do you
Surge Philly on Instagram, Facebook, X, Surge Philly. If you want to, check out our videos, go on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, everywhere.
What's in the near future? You can't tell us because it's got to be a surprise.
So we need to get the message out in Philadelphia. We need to have debates, and we need to start a movement, right? We have a huge race, the DA's race, but we need to start a movement. We need to get the Republican viewpoint and Republican values out there in Philadelphia, because you see Philadelphia's positioned regionally right between Washington and New York, and it's sad what's happening in New York right now.
Yeah.
So Jersey's going to pick up the slack there, but so is Philadelphia. We want to make Philadelphia great again and safe again, and that's the plan.
All right,
Start
guys.
a conservative movement.
Thank you guys for joining us. We'll come back to you in a little bit. All right, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis here at Mulligan's, 210 West Hildreth Avenue. All right, Henry, any update in the pork roll Taylor ham debate? I heard there was a Taylor ham vote here at Mulligan's.
Yeah, you know who it was.
Yeah, okay.
He was on the show, half an hour ago? Yeah.
He voted for Taylor ham is what we call it. Oh, my goodness,
my
a
gosh.
disgrace. All right, you can vote on that, too. Come on out and meet the guys. They are making tremendous inroads in Philadelphia. And Charlie Kirk, guys, today at the rally, that's a major focus of this. Not just bloviators like me. Artist Scott Lebedo will be there unveiling a couple of things he's never done. And I think he has something that's a tribute to Charlie Kirk, whose birthday is on Tuesday. And our own Scott Presler will be here in Doylestown. We'll go to him each hour as he tries to register people to vote and mention Charlie Kirk. Fireworks in Doylestown. All right, phone lines to get in, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Hi, friends. This is Kathy Barnett. On October 25th, we're bringing the Seed and Root Summit to Philadelphia, talking about faith, family, and the future of work in America. CEOs, Heritage Foundation, pastors, even voices you don't expect, like Killer Mike, 3-time Grammy winner, will be in the room discussing our kids, our jobs, and our country. Seats are going fast, and October 25th is right around the corner. Get your ticket at KathyBarnett.com, KathyBarnett.com. Be in the room where it happens.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, Cape May is just beautiful in the fall. Magnificent, especially during the holidays. And the Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey has everything you need to make the season unforgettable. Now through December 18th, 2025, enjoy a fabulous midweek fall escape. Book a multi-night stay and get 10% off your room rate, plus resort credits, good at Hemingway's Restaurant and Bar or the gift shop. If you're planning a weekend getaway, don't miss the Grand Escape weekends. Perfect for couples or friends to relax and reconnect. And it's never too early to plan your Thanksgiving or holiday break. The Grand Hotel is the perfect place for your ocean holiday. And the kids will love that heated indoor pool. And it's a perfect spot for weddings, baby and bridal showers with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call my friend Caitlin. She was just named South Jersey 2025 Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan your dream day. Always book direct with them for the best rates and those resort credits. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming to you from the Fall Summer White House. That, of course, is Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue here in Wildwood. Guy just came up to me, one of our listeners, Rick, the brother. Your brother's here in Cincinnati. Thanks for listening in Cincinnati. All right. As we continue here, the countdown to the big rally, of course, we've seen more. I mentioned Mike Donahue, and I'm going to play you a little bit from last night's debate in Virginia, Jim. This will be cut 13. Abigail Spanberger, think of a blonder form of Mikey Sherrill, versus Winsome Earl Sears on that guy, Jay Jones, the text he's made, the vicious, horrific, threatening death text. And you'll hear the person, the moderator, say, I didn't hear an answer to that question about, are you still going to continue with this guy? Are you still going to continue to endorse this guy who just wants to murder people who differ with him politically? Now, Mike Donahue was here with me at Mulligan's, and he said one of the things they're doing this rally for today is not just to energize Jack Ciattarelli, not just to say that Jersey is not blue, it is purple and turning by the day, but also to say we're not going to be cowed by what happened to Charlie Kirk. We're going to be out there in the thousands today with proper law enforcement and everything else, but we are going to be doing that. Hey, Johnny, we're going to be doing that in that honor. So here is that exchange last night, Jim. Cut 13.
Democratic Attorney General nominee Jay Jones admits he sent text messages to a colleague referencing former Republican House Speaker Todd Gilbert. Here's what he wrote.
Jones. 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Colleague. Jay, please stop. Jones. LOL, okay. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes. Colleague. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Jones. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy.
Jay Jones has apologized and says he takes full responsibility for those messages. Ms. Spamberger, you have called the comments disgusting and said you condemn violence. The question for you tonight is, were you aware of these messages before they were released publicly, and will you continue to endorse Jay Jones as the next Attorney General of Virginia? You have 60 seconds.
The comments that Jay Jones made are absolutely abhorrent. I denounced them when I learned of them, and I will denounce them every opportunity I get. As a mother, as a public servant, as a candidate for governor, I denounce them. And it is important that candidates always denounce violence on no matter which side of the aisle. Violence, violent rhetoric, we should always be focused and forceful in our denouncement.
Okay, Jim, you can stop it there. So she did not go on and got chastised for refusing to answer, did you know about it before, or would you stop the endorsement now? And again, they went round and round with that. So the best comment of the day to me so far, Mike Donahue sitting with us here, the guy who puts, as the Cape May County GOP head and judge, putting on this unbelievable spectacular today. We're not going to be cowed. We're going to be out there. It's a right of assembly, full law enforcement protection. It's amazing what's going on. And they took Charlie Kirk, but they're not going to stop this movement and this movement in Jersey. So it's more than just showing these voters. It's showing that solidarity. So, John, you're here. Johnny Z, our proprietor. Thank you for, again, the fall White House, John, et cetera. Your sense today of this rally, what it's been like in town. It was supposed to be a couple hundred people, and now it's morphed into at least registered close to 3,000.
No, I think that's fantastic. I mean, you can see the vibes all in here. Everybody's having a great time. I'm looking forward to being down there by myself later on. No, it's fantastic. Mike Donahue, everybody involved, they've done a great job. I think it's going to be a wonderful turnout, and I'm really, really excited to see Jack become the next governor of this state.
And he will be here at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
And he will say to you, John, I'm going to call you out. Whatever you're doing, I don't care what you're making. We have the showdown. It's gravy. And you're going to tell the next governor it's sauce.
No, it is sauce. Okay. It is, at least in this establishment, it is sauce. We'll see what he has to say about it.
All right, well, that's going to be a governor's proclamation here. Then in Mulligan's, it will be in the future referred to as gravy. John, too, on the menu today, thanks to Mikey Sherrill, you revisiting or highlighting what?
Absolutely. Well, we've had this debate going on. You guys have been talking about it for a week or so. Yeah. Is it Taylor ham or pork roll? And then, of course, with Mikey Sherrill making the comments she did, that solidified it for me when you guys came down. We were definitely going to have a pork roll, some kind of special pork roll sandwich on the menu. So again, the sandwich special of the day is a pork roll, egg and cheese, and you can have it either on a plain bagel or an everything bagel. That's our tribute.
What's an everything bagel?
It's got all kind of different seasonings on top.
Okay.
Pretty good. But anyway, so that's in honor of Mikey Sherrill. And again, if anybody refers to Taylor ham in this establishment, they get a lifetime flag, and I'm standing by that.
How many people do you have to flag a year on an average year, do you think?
Here?
Yeah.
It's rare. We're not we're a tavern, we're bar restaurant. We're not some kind of problem establishment where you have bar fights. Anywhere you serve liquor, we're not serving holy water. Well, you're going to have a problem eventually, but it's rare.
My mentor in talk radio, Tom Marr, may he rest in peace, said, "Yeah, Dom, it's a definition of a dive bar. You write on the wall, you wait for a fight."
Yeah, that's about right. So, touch wood, we don't have those problems here, but it does happen. Right. But every once in a while you have to.
And John, the unique feature here, people have to understand when they're coming tonight after the rally, for example. Each night you have this fabulous menu, not just the standard types of things every day. So Friday night,
correct.
What's on the menu?
Tonight, matter of fact, I just got it hot off the press from my chef back there. It's going to be the one dinner special. It's black and mahi, and then the other special, he's doing an Italian sausage over tortellini in a pesto sauce with broccoli rub.
Wow, how does he come up with that stuff
He's
here
great.
every night?
They're fantastic back
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I appreciate them very much.
All right, where's your wife today, too?
She'll be here. She'll be here with my kids probably in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Is the package open? Because I got to get a bottle tonight.
No, that's closed for the season, but for you, we'll take care of you.
Oh, okay. All right. What would you recommend in a Merlot or a blend? A red blend.
Red blend. Josh, they make a real nice wine. Apothic. Have you ever had Apothic
Yeah,
Red?
Apothic.
Apothic Red, yeah. I would
Okay.
recommend that as well.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, John, thank you again.
Thanks, Tom.
And when Jack comes, mosey on over here when I get him saying gravy.
I will.
And you can just, your flag, Jack. You can be
All
governor,
right.
put your flag. But a Mulligan's open. You only take off the 1 month, right? Is it December?
Right. The tavern, we close usually the second week of January.
Okay.
And then we close for like 3-4 weeks. We give everybody a break. We clean the place up, tear it apart, put it back together, and we're usually back open by President's Weekend.
Okay. Well, this has been another great year. The highlight was the gravy sauce debate, even though we lost. That's it. But the rest of the time, the usual. This is listeners ask about it all the time when they're coming down here. So thank you, John.
Thanks, Tom.
We'll see you at the rally today.
Absolutely.
All right, Johnny Z with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Our host, as always, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. You can get on board. And we want to get somebody on board that gives us something that is a 10. All right, let's go to Robert in Bensalem. Robert, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Dom, Henry, good to talk to you guys today. Wanted to keep it sports related. Unfortunately, last night was the second time in history that a city's baseball, football, and hockey team all lost on the same day. Unfortunately, the first time that happened was to us in 1983. Dom, it's hard to be a Phillies fan sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But it was so weird because I kept seeing this number 21 yesterday, and I thought it was like a lottery thing or something, you know? But then I see later on that the Phillies lost 2-1, the Flyers lost 2-1, and the Eagles were outscored 2-1. So I'm thinking maybe I should play the lottery. But we are heading into the sports equinox, Tom. Do you know what that is?
What is that?
That is days when games from all four major sports leagues are played. So after next week, every Sunday, every Monday, and every Thursday will be a sports equinox. There will be games from all four sports on those days. It's the only time it happens during the year. It's my favorite time of the year, sports-wise. And I'm thinking, for my side answer, I want to stay with sports, and I'm going to go with Pele. He's probably the most famous number 10 that ever played a sport, and I'm loving the show, and you guys have a wonderful weekend, Dom.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I am not a soccer aficionado, but I got to say I could consider Pele on the Mount Rushmore of athletes in history all time. That good. That's a good 10. That's what we're looking for on 10-10, something that is a 10. We'll hear from Scott Presler, I think, coming up here at some point soon over here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hillsworth Avenue, and Jack Gennarelli in the house. We're told at 2 o'clock. Really looking forward to that. If you're coming to the rally, stop. Oh, here's the guy. All right, there he is. All right, he's in the house. I know you didn't recognize him. He's 45 pounds lighter. That may be the reason. Well, there are other things to recognize. Scott Presler will be with us next, and Jeff Van Drew stopping by too here. He is here. All right, we're waiting on Jeff Van Drew, but Presler in the house. Let's get him over here, get the mob away from him, get him settled in, and we'll take more calls too coming up here on Talk Radio 1210.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
It is a quiet finish to the work week before a strong coastal storm system develops over the weekend. Sunshine and clouds today and pleasant with a high around 66. Increasing clouds tonight, low 53 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And for Saturday, mostly cloudy, chance for a few showers during the afternoon with a high near 70.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
65. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone, from Mulligan. Scott Presler here. If you're anywhere in the area, stop on over. Jeff Van Drew should be joining us by phone momentarily. And Jack Chettarelli here at Mulligan's at 2 o'clock, we believe until 2:30, okay, as we get ready for the big rally today. Phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. We believe Henry, I've been shown the video evidence, well, not yet, threw a football 40 yards. It was a Bridgestone. Yes. And, all right, we should put that up, if you can, on Twitter as soon as possible, on my Twitter at least. And then we'll let people Zabruder film it to see if he actually did it or was he landing on the moon. All right, it is a great crowd here, a great day. And, again, Jeff Van Drew, Congressman Jeff Van Drew with us on Talk Radio 1210, one of the featured speakers today. Congressman, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's good to be with you. I was hoping to be there in person. We have this impending storm coming over the weekend, and we got into the weeds with the Army Corps. We want to get ready for it and make sure that we are prepared and that we are prepared if we need to do everything afterward. It's supposed to be a good-sized storm, 5 to 6 inches of rain, maybe up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we're trying to keep an eye on this thing.
I can confirm that. I was supposed to ride in the Columbus Day Parade. The first time I've done that, this big car, they just told me it was canceled, and I thought there was cancel culture going on. I think it is the weather. So we're not going to spread that conspiracy. Yeah.
Yeah. These nor'easters, it can be tricky. You know, everybody thinks of a straight-up hurricane, but some of the 62 storm all the way back then, it was a nor'easter that just kept hanging around. So you have to keep a good eye on them, and we are.
Hey, Congressman, I'm looking at something incongruous. My wife, who claims to be 5 feet, is standing next to Scott Presler. I advise everyone, don't stand next to him. You're going to. The height thing is just too much, particularly with the boots on today. You are one of the prime speakers, though, I believe. Today, you are introducing Jack Ciattarelli. And Congressman Mike Donahue, who put all this together, was here. We talked about two things. The second one, more important maybe. This shows that New Jersey is no longer blue. It is purple and turning red. But more importantly, he said with proper law enforcement protection, etc., we are showing we are not going to be cowed, just like May 14th, the great thing you put on with President Trump. We are going to be out there en masse, and political violence and the nonsense that's going on, the threats, etc., like the guy in Virginia. You have a lot of Democrat colleagues that you can be friendly with, you know, aside from some issues. I'm sure that they don't endorse that. Why not more on their side of speaking out against this?
Well, I would hope nobody would endorse it, but I think that Mike brought up a good point. Here's the deal. We're not going to step back. We're not going to back off. We're not going to be afraid. We're not going to acquiesce. We're not going to diminish ourselves. We believe in something. We believe in America. We believe in faith, family, and freedom. We believe the state could do way better than it is doing, and it will do better with Governor Jack Ciattarelli. And these are exciting times. And even in New Jersey, even in North Jersey, even in Gloucester and Camden County, they're really starting to get it. And we're going to do more. This country and our beliefs is worth fighting for. And I think people need to step up and step out and be strong and unafraid. If there's anything that we want to do to make what happened, which was just a horrible thing to Charlie Kirk, we want to make it right. We want to make him happy as he's looking down. We will stand strong, and we will be unafraid.
And, Congressman, you are close to the president, and he communicates with you a good bit. You're kind of one of our conduits.
Yep.
There you go. It's you and Bill O'Reilly that are the conduits that I get this picture of President Trump. I think he's wound up, and rightfully so, about the Nobel Peace Prize, because that would be for all Americans. And I have nothing against the woman from Venezuela. She's brave, standing up against things. But saying that the deadline was in January when Obama was only in office for a few months when they gave it to him, and the reason was he appeared to be a champion of peace, and they wanted to put the imprimatur, this great award, on that. Trump arguably now has settled 8 wars, and this is the hardest of all, dealing with Hamas. Your thoughts on that?
He has. President Trump hates war. He really does. He does care about people. He loves people. I mean, if you go after him and you try to destroy him or America or what's around him, yeah, he's going to fight hard. But he always wants to bring people together. He hates seeing these young men and women die in the battlefield. And he, from jump start, wanted to do something here. It's amazing what he has done. I mean, in one of the most difficult places in the world and in history to bring peace, he has actually done that. And he's worked so very, very hard on it. And we're so very proud of him. What they'll do as far as the Nobel Peace Prize, look, frankly, and I'm going to be, I guess, kind of outspoken here, I have no confidence that they always do the right thing. In fact, I know that they don't. And I know that a good deal of the world sometimes is a little resentful of America, to be real honest with you. Instead of coming together with us and helping us help them, They're resentful. And that's what this big battle is about, by the way. Even within America, we have many people on the left that believe in globalism, believe we're the same as everybody else, believe we should sink to the lowest common denominator, that we shouldn't lead, that we shouldn't be the shining city on the hill, that we shouldn't be the nation in charge. I don't buy that. President Trump doesn't buy it either, but he pays the price. If he was willing to do the globalism thing and be weak, he'd have the Nobel Peace Prize. That to me seems to be part of the formula. There's some good people that get it, don't get me wrong. But how could you not give it to a president who's worked so hard to bring peace to so many countries, and now most notably to the Mideast?
Well, and it's the working hard, but it's also the formula that he's developed that's the secret sauce that is so unique. Other presidents were great too, but nobody has the leverage idea. Nobody has peace through strength. And you're right, the relentless nature of this to get it done, second to none. And you know, Congressman, it doesn't appear that he was pushing back against Israel. Several people, that Rich Lowry and others writing today, National Review, they more take the stance I have, and you might have an angle on this, that he told Israel, if they won't do this, and Hamas agrees with him, I will back you to the hilt to go all out. The ball is in their court. They have to. And with the other Arab nations lined up, that's the Trump magic. There was no place else for them to go. It will be total destruction soon if they don't come through with the hostages.
Yep, and you're right, by the way. Peace through strength, war through weakness. We had weakness before. We never should have seen what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. We should have never have seen Iran emboldened that way and Hamas emboldened doing what they did. Quite frankly, if Trump had been the president in the last presidency when Biden was in, none of this would happen. But it did, and yes, he did it through strength, and that is exactly what he did. He told Hamas, I'm playing for real. I want it to end. And if you end it, fine. Give us the hostages back, and we'll move forward and we'll stop. And if you don't, all hell is going to break loose. And I forget the exact words, but, man, it wasn't pretty. He was talking about something profoundly devastating. He's not kidding around. And you can't kid around with these people. These people aren't like you and me, Dom. These are people that play for real. They play hard. They do not respect weakness and vacillation and softness. When you're dealing with them, you've got to be strong and let them know how it is. And he did. And the results show it. And we got to move forward. We got to get Ukraine settled as well, and I think we will. That's a little bit of a harder one in some senses, but
exactly.
He's done good work with this. And, if it was anybody else, all the legacy media would be talking about it 24/7. It would be nonstop. And, yeah, they talk about it, but they don't give it as much coverage as, say, you do.
All right.
People that are honest brokers.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We'll see you over at the rally as you introduce Jack Ciattarelli today. And soon we'll talk about your subcommittee and other things you're engaged in. Thank you, though, for joining us. We'll see you this afternoon.
Tom, I appreciate you. I would love to have been there, but I'll be at the rally, and we're going to fire them up. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to win.
Absolutely. That is the best thing. Thanks, Congressman Jeff Van Drew here. Coming up from Mulligan's, Scott Presler making his way over here. If he ever, it's only a short distance, but the fanfare, etc. We'll talk to Scott about what he's going to do tonight here and all things Presler as far as getting out the vote. News of the day. We get you in at 855-839-1210.
1210 WPHT Sterling every damn Sunday night, 10 p.m. Handcrafted and massaged by me, Walter Sterling. We use highly rated material like domestic arguments, stripper news, true cop stories, and the result is...
I think you have an awesome show. I really do. You talk about topics that they normally cover. Like you say, they cover them enough during the rest of the day. You cover things that covers things for the average guy.
This Sunday night, 10 p.m. Sterling every damn Sunday.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
You know, for years I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart and cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and promote joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue Omega-3 supplements. Right now, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue 3 supplement, including the most popular Rescue 1250. Call them at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use that code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember, the code OMEGA50, OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free, res-q.com or 800-262-5483.
Whether you're saving for a wedding or a down payment on your first home, grow your savings with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and flexible terms like 3.90% annual percentage yield APY with a 9 or 12-month certificate or IRA. Your nest egg, your future, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Additional insurance provided by Excess Share Insurance. Not a member? Join today.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right. It just keeps on getting better. Now at Mulligan's. Now drive safely, but get over here and say hello to Scott Presler, who's with us at 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Scott in town. And Scott, thank you as always. You are indispensable. That's the word that I use. And listeners see what you do every day, and you're going to be in Bucks County. Let's talk about Bucks County first, and Monday we'll hit it more. It's the birthday anniversary of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
So why Doylestown? Why Bucks County? That's where you're going to be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and you're bringing a lot of merch that's Charlie Kirk related to give out.
Well, I'd like to remind people, last year in 2024, together as a family, we did flip Bucks County from blue to red. And it was something that the entire nation kind of came, rallied together.
Right.
And a lot of people told us we couldn't do it. They said, you can't flip Bucks County. Or they said that voter registration doesn't matter. Well, for the first time since 1988, we won Bucks County by 300 votes. A Republican, Donald J. Trump, won Bucks County. Now, but here's the thing, though. Doesn't everybody remember the Democrats tried to cheat? They had the in-person, on-demand mail-in voting. People were just trying to wait in line, just try to go vote. And there were Democrats who had little placards that said, inspector or whatever.
Right. Yes.
They were cutting off the line because they knew it was all Republicans voting.
Woman in a wheelchair.
And they were telling Republicans, basically, nope, the line stops here, you can't vote. And I want to give a shout out. One of the best RNC co-chairs we ever had was Laura Trump. And she and the RNC with Michael Whatley sued, and they won, and we had 3 additional days of in-person voting. And you know what we did? We used every second, every hour of those 3 days. And it's my contention that thank you, Democrats, for the shenanigans you pulled, because you, Democrat Party, helped us win Bucks County because of your shenanigans.
All right,
So to tie a big, beautiful red bow together, we're going to be returning to the very location that this happened at. And on October 14th, in honor of Charlie and his legacy, I will be there from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. on his birthday. And we are asking everybody, come vote in person at the old courthouse, the administration building. We have T-shirts that we're giving to everyone, regardless of whether they vote. Freedom shirts.
Right.
And we have Charlie Kirk stickers that say, I voted in honor of Charlie Kirk.
I might add, you have a lot of them, too, that we're going to be giving away there. 50,000 or so. So, Scott, the seat that you're in now, Mike Donahue, who is the architect of this, and he loves the fact that you always say, Judge Mike Donahue, always, said that today is about showing that Jersey is purple turning red.
Yes.
More importantly, maybe, that we are not going to be cowering against political violence.
Yes.
There's a huge presence of law enforcement of every stripe, drones and everything else. But that was his message. We are going to be en masse speaking today despite the political threats. You personally now, I've seen you with a guy with security on his back, etc. What are you doing? You're still out there. It's still the exact same thing, but have you tried to increase your security after what's happened?
I mean, you guys saw when I walked in, and I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I didn't walk in with security.
Okay.
And quite frankly, I think the quote that's going to stick with me is, a believer doesn't fear death. I'm not afraid. I believe. And more importantly, I think people are looking to leadership right now, and I say that very respectfully. I'm going to lead and show that I'm not cowering. I'm going to be out knocking on doors personally. I'm going to still register voters. I'm going to speak at rallies. And I hope that people see that because we're not going to be silent, they therefore should have that courage of conviction that they are going to vote and they're going to do all the things required to win elections. And furthermore, look at what's happening in Virginia. You have an AG candidate. The AG is the enforcer of the executive branch of a state, of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Is Virginia really going to allow somebody that wants to put bullets in the heads of its political opponents to become that chief executive? And so Virginia has a choice this November. And New Jersey has a choice. You either have Mikey cheating scandal Cheryl that doesn't have integrity, or Jack Ciattarelli. And so the voters are going to get to vote their voices this November.
All right, we're with Scott Presler, of course, here at Mulligan's. Let's talk the rally today. I have one request. I speaking today, too.
Yes.
That I not have to follow Scott Presler. I'm not doing it. Henry, you got that in writing, right? In blood. No following Scott Presler. It's the one guy I didn't want to follow today because I know once you get wound up here, I've seen the things that go on, particularly what you said, Scott, about not cowering. You're a very public figure now, a very noticeable figure for all the things that we joke about. What are you going to be talking about today? Is it Kirk? Do you have a general sense? Or?
You know, sometimes I just fly by the seat of my pants.
Okay.
And as I'm talking to people in line, I'll gather inspiration from them. Or they'll show stories with me and they'll say, Scott, this election is the final election for me. And they go, it's either we win with Jack Ciattarelli and I can afford to stay here, or I'm moving.
Right.
I'm leaving to Florida. I'm leaving to Texas. So this election really for a lot of people is the difference between staying with their friends and family and the home that they love and being forced because of Trenton Democrats and Mikey cheating scandal Cheryl, who is going to raise property taxes and literally keep them from living here in New Jersey. This is an important election for a lot of families across the state, and they simply can't afford to keep living here. That's why we need change of leadership this November.
We hear, too, following your message, and look, when you and I talked about it, it was a stance that a lot of conservatives wouldn't take, but it's common sense, the mail-in balloting or the early voting, and you give all kinds of options. Take your mail-in ballot, show up on Election Day, you can destroy it there. Creativity with this, Scott. Republicans, Donahue said, are winning on that at this point in time in Jersey in the last month or so. And this whole deal is part of it, that people trust you, that you're tapping it up here. Yeah, the mail-in balloting. And we encourage everybody to vote early in Jersey. We have early voting. The mail-in ballot is the way to go. Is Jack Ciattarelli, by the way, over there? I see a lot of guys in suits that are here. All right, Jack Ciattarelli's here, too.
Let's go.
All right, now, come on. I dream of days like this. We got the candidate, the winning candidate for governor, and the guy who is indispensable next to me. If you're not over here at Mulligan's in the next 10 minutes, don't bother calling us. You missed it. Scott is here with us, and Jack will be with us also coming up. Scott, what do you tell us about the mail-in
let's
balloting?
go over this data together. I know a lot of people, it's contentious talking about the early voting, but we've always said life happens. You have to have a plan B. So what is the early voting as it stands right now from returned ballots? Well, while the Democrats have returned 160,000 ballots statewide, Republicans actually have returned 58,000 ballots. So whereas usually we would lose 10 to 1, 7 to 1, this is 3 to 1. And furthermore, if you look at the return rate, the percentage, 32% of Republicans have returned their ballot versus a 30% of Democrats.
Shocking.
Now, that shows me the enthusiasm gap. The fact that Republicans are still ahead, that's a good sign. And you know that our people are going to be doing a lot of in-person early voting, which begins October 25th. And I make a promise right here and now. My weekend is already booked. The 25th and 26th, I'm going to do rallies across the 21 counties. And we're going to do in-person, rah-rah, rev-you-up rallies, and then march everybody to go vote early in person at their county election office. And so we're prepared to win. We are poised for victory, but we need every single last vote.
And again, where do people go, Scott? We'll give it several times again on Monday. Where do they go to find out what you're going to be doing in coming days, to volunteer, to contribute, to do anything to continue to support this?
Thank you. You can follow me on social media at Scott Pressler, SCOTTPRES1SLER. And then also, you can sign up for our newsletter at earlyvoteaction.com. Earlyvoteaction.com.
All right, Scott, stay with us here if you can.
Yes.
I know we got a lot of balls in the air. Jack Chettarelli in the house with Scott Pressler. What a double play combination. And Jack, it's what, Jack? All right, Jack, say it for me over there. It's what? Gravy. All right, we'll get him over here in a minute. And it's macaroni, not pasta. All right, more coming up here. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Jack Chettarelli stopping by on a huge day. And Scott Pressler with us here on Talk Radio 1210.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137. And I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, it is Dom time, everyone. Jack Chettarelli in the house and Scott Presler here. Where else but Mulligan's? Sorry about that. The Summer White House. Yeah, let's turn this down a little bit. Sorry, it was a little bit hot there, Jack. We were a little bit excited. Still too hot. Okay. All right, so big rally today. You heard Scott. You heard all the things that are going into this. Jack, first, the heaviest business of the day. It was a mind meld the other night, out of the blue. You say, and another thing, Mikey, it's gravy, not sauce. And then the macaroni, not pasta. How often do you get the macaroni pasta debate?
Well, I should have went one step further. In
Right.
South Jersey, it's pork roll. Get it right. It's pork roll. Come on.
Well, in fact, Jack, we like to do a ballot every time we come to Mulligan.
Well, that's the Democratic way. We got
Exactly.
a ballot, right?
Now, we did lose on gravy and sauce last. There's some sauce people in this crowd.
I get
Simmer
it.
down
I
there.
get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Some Italians like to call some of them Americans, but that's okay.
My
Wait.
wife is right there as rabbit on this, not politics, right there in the face of Italy, Jack. Yes, the gravy. All right, she's going to vote for you even though she's in Pennsylvania. No, can't do that.
Yeah, no,
all right.
can't do that.
Well, Jack, huge rally today, and Mike Donahue, sitting right in this chair, talked about, of course, this is what you've done, how hard you work, the policies, the stuff you stand for. But it's also a statement about Charlie Kirk, about conservatives. We're not going to be cowed. We're not going to be hiding in the shadows. He made that mention. He was really getting worked up over it. A lot of security, a lot of that, but it's morphed into something that's in the thousands now. I've not seen a crowd like that in governor's races before.
Dom, it's all about the energy. Scott knows that.
Right.
Scott's brought enormous energy to the
Right.
state. People are paying attention because he's here and doing what it is that he does very effectively. So we've tried to demonstrate all throughout this campaign positive energy. It gets people excited. And I'll govern the same way I campaign, with a whole lot of positive energy. So I'm looking really forward to the rally. But here's the big difference between me and my opponent. I know where the hell Wildwood is.
Well, also now, Jack, this out of the blue the other night. You know, I'm not as in ground as Ioli and Rooney are, PhDs in this, in Jersey. I'm more South Philly and the other side, but I know
You've got an
enough.
honorary PhD.
I got, all right,
Like,
thank
come on,
you.
don't
thank
be
you,
too modest
thank
here.
you. But to see this suddenly, Jack Chettarelli accused out of nowhere of thousands of kids dying of opioids because you ran a publishing company. So you're doing the right thing. You're taking her to court. You're suing. What can you tell us about it?
First of all, she's been lying all throughout the campaign, including on this 10% sales tax thing. We're not
Right.
raising any taxes.
Right.
We're lowering income taxes, lowering property taxes.
Right.
That's a lie. Listen, Dom, she's been lying throughout the campaign. We're not letting her get away with this one. Chettarelli name's very important to me. My parents gave it to me. I'm giving it to my 4 children. She's not getting away with this one. But here's how I look at it. It's a very, very positive sign. Only somebody who is desperate. It's a desperate tactic by a desperate campaign on behalf of a desperate candidate to go and do that kind of a lie. And we're not going to let her get away with it.
She ran a publishing company. That's all I know. I was talking to Donahue about it pretty extensively, Jack. And suddenly from that, because of some medical things that are published, you're killing kids. I mean, this is beyond desperate. And it was out of the blue. I tuned in at that point seeing this, and you must have known that might be out there in the air somehow or another.
Well,
Were you
listen, in
surprised?
one sense, I'm not surprised. She's been
Sure.
lying about my
Right.
tax policies.
Right.
She's
Right.
been lying about my positions when it comes to women's rights. She's been
Right.
lying about telling the teachers that we're going to take their pension away.
Right.
There's been a number of lies, and special interests have done some of her dirty work. So in one respect, it's very consistent with the lying.
Right.
But again, this one crossed the line. Even the press has called her out.
My summary the other night when I asked the questions, because a colleague of mine was one of the moderators, you know, we were talking a little bit that you got. Your closing remark was, I'm going to lower energy costs. That's going to translate into affordability. Her response is about affordability, I'm going to sue Trump.
Yeah.
Right there, it was quite a different. That's a summary of almost the entire debate.
Her entire campaign is 3 things. It's based on a stack of lies about me,
Right.
her disdain for the president, and that she can fly a helicopter.
Right.
And I got to tell you what, the people in New Jersey are smarter than that. So
Right.
she's wasting her time, wasting her money. If she thinks that's going to win her election, quite frankly, I hope she keeps doing it because she never gives you any specifics, right? No detailed plans on how to fix New Jersey. It's all these generalities, all these platitudes. And anybody goes home today and gets a flat tire, get ready. She's going to blame it on President Trump. There is nothing this woman won't blame on President Trump.
Well, what I'm looking forward to, and you're campaigning, so I didn't expect you to bring 100 meatballs here. Mikey Sherrill and meatballs, that don't seem to be to go together, but the real Italian stuff. What's the secret to the great meatball?
Oh, I can't give that away, Dom. That's
well,
a
in
family
general,
secret.
come on, in general terms.
Here's
that's
what I
we do.
will share. I will share this. And it has a lot to do with the fact that we make 100 at a time. We don't fry them, we bake them. And that's
Okay.
another big controversy.
Okay.
Gravy, sauce, macaroni, pasta, or whether or not you fry or bake your meatballs, Cheddarelli's bake them.
Okay. That's the first step, yeah?
Yeah. So,
Scott, do you have any sense of that? You're not eating anything now, so I don't know that the meatball is anything.
this man doesn't sleep or eat. All he does is work.
He's indispensable, Jack. And then we met him early on here, and I'm so glad that he was convinced that Jersey is definitely winnable.
Yes.
To put it all in. We were talking about what he's going to be doing for early voting here. And it's an enormous energy boost. I have not had anybody like this in 37 years of doing this. I never would devote every Monday, it's Presler time, that he's on with us. It's unprecedented because of that, and he's focused in on you and your campaign.
He is the X factor. We saw him make a big difference with his efforts in Pennsylvania, and what I love is the brilliance in the simplicity of his approach. For example, we have 1.1 million legal gun owners in the state. He's identified 200,000 of them that are not registered to vote. These are people that are always very, very concerned about their Second Amendment rights, and they ought to be.
Right.
Because if it was up to the Democrats, they would repeal the Second Amendment.
Right.
And if they can't repeal it, they'll make it so damn expensive you can't afford it.
Right.
So he's targeted people that are passionate about this constitutional right, and they tend to vote Republican. He's registered them. He's going to get them to vote. We're going to win.
That's a shocking thing, Scott. How many of these people do you think would be natural voters for someone like Jack? The Christian vote, the pro-gun vote, hunters. I think you've identified them, and this hasn't happened before.
Well, I want to make a personal appeal to everyone that's listening right now, even people in this room. The 2021 election was decided by 84,000 votes.
Right.
600,000 conservatives stayed out of that election. That was so winnable, but we are not going to allow that to happen this time. I want everyone, you call, you text, you peacefully pester and bug 50 of your friends to come out, and we together are going to elect Jack Ciattarelli as the next governor of the Garden State. You have the power to make it happen. You count, you matter, game on.
And Jack, key thing there, the media complicity again, the polling having Ciattarelli, north of 20 points down to Phil Murphy. A guy who can't even eat pizza right, as I remember that, right?
Well, Dom, here's the really good news. But this doesn't mean that we're going to let up. We're going to finish strong. Championship teams finish strong.
Yes.
And the Eagles are a championship team. Championship teams finish strong. So, but listen, we've got this thing as a 1-point lead. There's 3 other polls that have me either with a 1-point lead or a dead heat. The polls that are a little bit of an outlier, Eagleton and Quinnipiac, the universities typically don't invest the money necessary to get an accurate polling. But here's the good news with regard to all these polls that have us as dead heat. Traditionally, Republicans underpoll in New Jersey because we are the minority party.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget, some of these polls had Kamala winning the state last year by 20 plus. The spread ended up being 6. And last time they had me down by 12 points with 2 weeks to go. We are right where we need to be. And let me say this. Democratic mayors across the state endorsing me says something. Democrats would not
in
be
Hudson
doing,
County.
In places like Hudson County. It's 2 reasons. One, they know I'm going to win. And the second reason is because nobody wants 4 more years of Phil Murphy's failed policies. Make no mistake. She would be Murphy 2.0. And we can't afford that. It would just be more the same, only worse. But we're not going to let that happen. We're going to win.
Absolutely. And added significance, Scott, and Jack is the one that talks about this, and you have great campaign managers that I converse with. South Jersey can be the decider here. That's the strength. That's where people really bond with you. It's just a question of turnout. To turn out early voting, mail-in balloting, which is going really well based upon previous Republicans, and, of course, showing up on Election Day. But we are seated where this could be determined. If those numbers are better than the last time, and they should be, and they were historic then, Jack Ciattarelli will be our governor.
Hey, we kicked some serious ass back in 21 in South Jersey, and we're going to do it better this time because Scott's here, because people are energized.
Right.
And they don't want to see what happened last time. I love the fact that wherever Scott goes, he reminds people of what happened in 21. 600,000 Republicans didn't vote because they didn't think I could win. Not that they didn't want me to win. They didn't think I could win. The closeness of the race was a real eye-opener. And so him being here makes it quite clear that we're in it to win it. But this is not an electoral college by county. This is a popular vote. So think of the important role that South Jersey plays here. And I'm telling you, we're going to clean it up. Wrap it right around from Atlantic County, Cape May County, Salem County, Cumberland County, Gloucester County, all across South Jersey. It all adds up, and it will deliver a win.
I hear a return to Mulligan, Scott, on election night. That's what I'm hearing here after the victory. That's what I'm hearing. All right, we'll have more with Jack Ciattarelli here from Mulligan's. Brief break, Jim, very brief, here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, everyone, Dom Giordano's show. What a big day here, and the biggest part of the show today from Mulligan, 310 West Hilders Avenue. You can still come out and meet Jack Ciattarelli and Scott Presler. How did we get so lucky? Synergy, it's a good sign. They landed here together, and you'll be able to distinguish the two.
That's because of you, Dom. You made it happen.
Thank you, Jack. All right, so Jack, we're seeing a pattern develop here with Mikey Sherrill. That is two things. The first one is the pattern of the lying, the whole thing with graduation, et cetera, that could be cleared up if she just released the material that's out there. You're in the ring with her, okay, going back and forth. 2 debates now. Your thoughts on what that's like?
Well, the one thing that's clear to me, Dom, is she's just not New Jersey. We saw this with Corzine.
Right.
We saw this with Murphy. She's not from New Jersey. So as I always like to say, how about we elect a Jersey guy? But listen, we do see a pattern here. First of all, she did something I really detest. It's not illegal. I wish it was. She ran for Congress in a district she didn't live in. Okay? That's strike one for me. Then we find out that she was punished while at the Naval Academy. She wasn't allowed to walk in graduation. Her story has changed 3 times as to why. All she has to do is approve the release of her disciplinary records, and we'll know the true story. But she refuses to do that. We know that she tripled her net worth while in Congress. Now, she's only been in Congress for less than 7 years, and somehow she tripled her net worth. And I'm not talking about going from $100,000 to $300,000. I'm talking about going from $4 million to $11 million. The New York Times reports that while she's sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, she's trading defense stocks. And now she's running a campaign that's based on an entire stack of lies. I think it calls into question her character, okay? But we're going to continue to talk about what we're going to do. We've got to reduce the size and cost of our state government to afford a tax cut for individuals and businesses. This is a bloated, inefficient state government. To make that point, it took us 238 years as a state to go from 0 to $36 billion in state funds, our budget. In 8 years, we've gone from $36 billion to $60 billion. I want you to think about that for a second.
Yeah.
Up over 60%. Can anybody say they're better off?
Right.
If anything, things are worse. We're going to reduce the size and cost of state government to afford a tax cut for individual businesses. We're not going to have sanctuary cities. We will not be a sanctuary state. I changed that on day one. We're pulling out of Reggie. The regional greenhouse gas initiative has failed us. It's why electricity rates are through the roof. And let me be clear, when I'm your governor, there'll be no wind farms off our Jersey shore.
I got something bigger. You've said it a few times, and Matt Rooney told me you got to ask him here in person at Mulligan's. No plastic bag bans.
No plastic bags.
Those plastic bag bans. I knew it. Look, Jack.
Well, wait a second. I got one just as good. Considering what it is that we'll be celebrating over the next 3 days, as long as I'm governor, there will be a Christopher Columbus Day in New Jersey. I'm telling you.
All right, that's big. What is the status in Jersey right now? Pennsylvania, we just got rid of that. We won in Philadelphia. You know, Columbus is back. Although we can't do the parade because of the weather this weekend. But in Jersey, is it indigenous?
We still have it, but it's kind of in danger.
Okay.
And you saw what Mondami's thinking about doing in New York. He's been very anti-Italian. He's been anti-Jew. We don't need somebody like this with their hate-fueled rhetoric. And by the way, my opponent endorsed Mondami. He's endorsed her. And so I think that says a whole lot.
Yeah, hardly the guy you want. Scott, you had something else.
Please. Yeah. The last day to register to vote in the Garden State is October 14th, Charlie Kirk's birthday. So go to nj.gov, nj.gov. Please register to vote, because once you hit that deadline, you won't be able to vote in this upcoming election. And I encourage you, so many of the people that are supporting your campaign, Jack, are working class. We have pilots and healthcare professionals and people that are working 12-hour shifts on behalf of the American people. Don't allow Tuesday, November 4th to be a day that you're working and you forget to vote. Vote early. Vote early in person. It starts October 25th through November 2nd. And lock in, again, every single vote. Don't let 2021 happen again. We are going to win this election, sending Jack Ciattarelli as the next governor of the state of New Jersey.
And Jack said it best. It's not the Electoral College 21 counties.
Popular vote.
Popular vote.
That means every vote matters, to Scott's point. Every town matters. Every county matters. It all aggregates. And,
Absolutely.
And, you know, even to bring it home, he talked about the fact that in 2021 it was 84,000 votes we lost by. But now think about that. That's 42,000 voters. And I really believe we're going to flip those people and a whole lot more.
And people say, Scott, why are you going to Monmouth? Why are you going to Atlantic? Well, I want to be clear. Yes, we are going to places like Bergen County, which Jack is doing really well in, going into Essex and Hudson, where he's getting Democrat mayors endorsing his campaign. But we need sky-high turnout in Salem, Hunterdon, Sussex, Warren, Cape May, Atlantic. All of these red counties, if it's 70%, let's make it 80% with 100% turnout. That is how we're going to win this election.
Jack, one issue, and we have all these affordability, biggest issue, character, being a Jersey person. One of the biggest things to me is school choice. My background as a teacher, I do a podcast on this now. And I've noticed you are working that in a lot and talking the other night in the debate about what school choice would do. Phil Murphy, I think, has allowed no charter schools in 7.5 years. Dawn Fantasia, who's just
She's great.
Yeah, great, particularly in education. I didn't know that. I don't think people out there in Jersey know that they've rejected all these charter schools, and that I believe Jersey has dropped to number 12 to 14 in the country. In the past, at least they could say, well, look at the results. We're really good, even though we spend outrageous amounts of money. School choice in this campaign strikes me that Mikey Sherrill is a captive of Spiller and the NJEA and others. Why is that important in this race?
So first, there are two issues that really reveal the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party. The first of which is they want you to believe they're the party of the environment. Yet they're the ones allowing all this overdevelopment in our suburban communities, taking the garden right out of the Garden State. The second issue is on education. And they'll pretend to be the party of the marginalized, the disadvantaged, and the minorities. Who can afford school choice? People with money. Who doesn't have school choice? People without money. And so when a school district's failing, do you think they give them charter schools? They don't. So they really don't give the disadvantaged, the marginalized, and many minority communities across the state school choice. I will. Where a school system is failing, there'll be vouchers like there are in Arizona, Ohio, and Florida, and there will be charter schools. And so we got to give families an option when a school system is failing their child, and they'll get that under Governor Cettarelli. You're not going to get that under her. You haven't gotten that under Murphy. Why? Because they're owned by the teachers union. And the teachers union does not support educational choice. They just don't.
The tell, again, if you're against I'm all for this 100%. But the tell is not even charter schools. That's stunning in Jersey for 7.5 years.
And the stunning part, for example, I visited one recently in Newark that was approved by Chris Christie during his 2 terms. And every single child is on grade level for reading, writing, and math in that charter. In the public school in Newark, 80% of the kids are not on grade level. And yet we pour millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in there.
Exactly.
No transparency, no accountability, and failed educational outcomes. That'll all change under Governor Cettarelli. There's going to be accountability.
Jack, Godspeed to the rally. Any closing words here?
Hey, just great to be in South Jersey again. And I'm going to be immodest for a second. No candidate has ever spent the time in South Jersey that I do. I get it. You don't ever have to worry about South Jersey being the stepchild.
There we go.
Yeah,
yes.
It ain't going to happen. We're all in this together. Right. All 564 towns, all 21 counties, north, central, south, and Jersey Shore. Yes, there is a Central Jersey. I live in it.
Wait a minute there. Okay, my producer, where's Henry? He thinks that too. All right.
Henry. So, but no, all in. And once I win, South Jersey will continue to get the attention it deserves.
Absolutely. Jack, thanks so much.
Tom, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see
Scott,
you at the rally
you.
tonight.
My pleasure.
All right, Jack Cettarelli here. Gravy all the way around at the bar. Gravy for everybody. Thank you, Jack. Macaroni, too. No pasta. All right, Jack Cettarelli, what a treat here with Scott Presler. As we wind down the show, we may hear from Rich Cioli before we head over to the rally today. Here's how you get in, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. More calls coming up and more from Mulligan. Still time to get in, get ready. 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
It is a quiet finish to the work week before a strong coastal storm system develops over the weekend. Sunshine and clouds today and pleasant with a high around 66. Increasing clouds tonight, low 53 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And for Saturday, mostly cloudy, chance for a few showers during the afternoon with a high near 70.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 4.75% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $239 a month for 36 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Now that the summer wind has come and gone, come fly with me to the Philly Pops for Luck Be a Lady. The music of Frank Sinatra and Tony Bennett. Hi, I'm Eddie Bruce. Join me and fellow vocalist Kelly LeVeque alongside the incredible musicians of the Philly Pops as we celebrate two of the greatest voices of all time. Don't miss this incredible performance, an unforgettable night of swinging standards, classic hits, and rich arrangements. Tickets are going fast. Visit phillypops.org today.
Listen up, folks. At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Okay, it is Dom time here from Mulligan's. Great stuff with Scott Presler, Jack Chettarelli. Wonderful stuff. Hope you're coming to the rally today. I'll be speaking around 4:20 or so, not having to follow Presler. That's good. It's going to be a fabulous event. I've been over to the Seaport Pier. The setup for it is incredible. And we've been also polling people here, and Henry has some numbers. It looks like Pork Roll has won pretty convincingly here at Mulligan's, right? All right, it's Pork Roll, yes. We got one vote for Taylor Ham.
Yeah, there's a few third-party votes in here. There's the Pork Roll / sauce vote got 2 votes. But I'm happy to report that the Pork Roll / gravy vote got 5.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Rose happy with that.
Third-party candidates showing out.
I don't trust her on that something might have happened here. All right, Henry threw a football 40 yards too. Where can people
50.
see that? You think 50?
I launched that thing.
Okay. Where can they find it?
It's on the station's Twitter page.
Oh, Talk Radio 1210.
Yes.
You can see it right now. I haven't seen it. Put it on mine too. Come on now.
We'll have to retweet it.
Yeah, let's put it on there. Let's retweet it on there. We want to see that. Okay, with us is Frank Scales and Ian McGinnis from Surge Philly, not Surge Philadelphia, right?
Surge Philly, yep.
Surge Philly. And you guys just heard Jack Chettarelli. You guys are at a young age, very savvy politically. So what's your takeaway from what we heard here with Chettarelli?
Jack's going to win, man. He's a winner if I ever heard one. And Lion Mikey Sherrill better get out of the way because Jack Chettarelli's coming, and he's coming hard. So, we need to save New Jersey. We need to flip it red. And hopefully in 2026 when Stacey Garrity runs for governor in Pennsylvania, we'll see a big, beautiful red wave there too.
All right, now, Scott is a seasoned, indispensable veteran. We're counting on you two guys in 2026 geared up for Stacey Garrity to have a similar kind of approach here, which You take no prisoners a little bit more than Presler, but it's a similar sort of thing that we can win, we can do this. All right, so Ian, you were here before. A 10. What's a perfect 10 to Ian McGinnis? That's our side question today. Got one that comes to mind?
For what specific topic?
Anything. Anything you think is a 10.
A 10. I would say a loss for Larry Krasner in November.
Yes.
As the Philadelphia District Attorney.
That's hard for me to beat. No, I can't imagine how I'd celebrate that. This has been
after
huge.
3 Philadelphia losses with the sports team. I mean, we need a win.
Something.
So
yeah,
we need something.
Harry, how about you? Perfect 10. Frank. I'm sorry, Frank. You.
I think Ian said it best. I think we need to beat Larry Krasner in November. I think that's number one. I think
all
that's
right.
the
Let's
the
take
main
a couple
thing.
callers, guys. Here we got a winner here. Oh, Rich Cioli. Well, that's a perfect 10.
Yep.
Rich Cioli with us here on Talk Radio 1210.
What's up, Rich?
Hey, Rich, welcome in.
guys.
Jack
Thank you very
Chitterelli
much.
is headed your way.
Hey, Dom,
over
how
to
are
the
ya?
Seaport Pier. Tremendous. Rich, are you in position over there already?
I am. I have been in position. How are you?
Very, very good. It's been fabulous here. Chitterelli telling us, though, Rich, gravy, not sauce, sorry, and macaroni. Maybe you agree with that one. Not pasta.
You could say macaroni. I go for macaroni, but he's not incorrect. It's gravy when you put in the meatballs and the brajol and the sausage.
That's it. That's the Stifler
that,
thing. We didn't
that
hold
absolutely
to that.
makes it gravy. Yeah, if you throw the meat in.
So
yeah.
Rich, who are some of the people you'll be having today? You're right in the center of the rally. You're speaking along with Matt Rooney and Benny Johnson and all kinds of luminaries today. So who are some of the people coming up on the Zioli show today?
Dom, we're going to keep it kind of fluid because there's a lot of balls in the air today, but we're going to take the entire rally live on the show.
Okay.
Various speakers throughout, and yeah, we're just going to kind of have fun and go with it. We got so many people coming by and saying hello. The enthusiasm, the excitement, it's great. It really is. And I see Joe in Columbus is here, and he's wearing shorts, of course. Even though it's
Rich,
40 degrees out.
Mike
yeah.
Donahue, who's a real driving force of this, along with you behind the scenes, from what I can tell, to make this happen. Mike started with talking about Jersey is purple now, turning red potentially.
It is, yes.
But then he got really wound up when he said the real purpose to him today was to show out with the assassination of Charlie Kirk that we're not going to go away. This is en masse. Law enforcement, spectacular at every level to protect.
Yep.
But public rallies have to happen despite
Yes.
just the stuff that you can't make up in places like Virginia. The just sheer no stopping of Nazis, take them out, up and down the line. So your thoughts on that, Rich, as the subtext of what today's about?
Well, Dom, I can tell you there's a lot of security here. Everybody feels very safe, and there's a ton of police. The security feeling here is very strong. But I think that the idea that, yes, you can't surrender, you can't stop, you can't, you have to go forward. You have to go forward, and you absolutely 100% cannot be scared and intimidated. And that's a big feeling of today. And I think, look, after Charlie's assassination, a lot of people decided that they were going to get more involved. It actually inspired them to get more involved, which I think is fantastic. I really do.
Absolutely, Rich. We've been talking here, too, about the Nobel Prize and President Trump. And, the idea, and I buy these guys, they think like this. We've seen it, in addition to the antagonism to Trump, that he missed the deadline. So he could have cured cancer. And if it didn't happen in the right period of time, the Nobel Prize can't go to somebody like President Trump.
It's ridiculous, but I heard that the guy who won it basically gave it to Trump. He said he was accepting it in Trump's honor, which is amazing and the right thing to do. I mean, he's truly bringing peace. The front page of the Jerusalem Post today has a Donald Trump's. It's the silhouette of his head with all the hostages' pictures on there, and it says he's bringing them home. So yeah, he's a consequential peacemaker. His presidency is consequential. The world should recognize that because I think we want more peace. And so if you recognize the peacemakers, it will encourage other people to be peacemakers. I mean, it's just really kind of a no-brainer, Dom. You bring peace, you get a little recognition. It's the Nobel Peace Prize. It's literally in the name.
Absolutely, Rich. And shockingly to me, and maybe you know better, Harry Hurley, you knew him, worked for him, for Trump, said this has always been his idea. The biggest legacy to Trump to me is going to be no unending wars, no throwing a few soldiers in here and there. And the one time that I was in the Oval Office with a couple of talk hosts, 30, 40 congressmen came in, some of them pretty compelling, to convince him to put more troops, boots on the ground, in Syria. And it was obvious Trump's not going to roll that way. That's not what he does with the military. He's not going to put people in harm's way. Your sense is that's the biggest legacy. All the other stuff that's entertaining beyond belief, the challenges to the system. But he turned the Republican Party on that. And I remember the early returns. I didn't think he was going to be able to do that with the Republicans in 2016.
You know, Dom, and you're getting a big sense of that with Jack right now. And the enthusiasm factor. And in all the years I've been doing this, I have never seen this kind of enthusiasm for a gubernatorial candidate. The enthusiasm gap that Mikey Sherrill has going into this election, she can't overcome that. The Democrats are not excited about her candidacy. The party bosses are not helping. And the average voter is turning out not to vote for Mikey Sherrill, but to vote against Donald Trump, because she's trying to make this a referendum on Donald Trump.
Yes.
Whereas with Jack, his voters are fired up. There's enthusiasm. They believe that they can win. And that's a big part of it, is the mental game of this, Dom, because in 2021, they thought it was over. They thought Murphy had a double-digit lead, and there was no point in even voting. And so hundreds of thousands of them stayed home. 400,000 stayed home. You get even 100,000 Republicans this time around, based on the work that with Pressler and everybody else, and they turn out to vote, he can win. So the enthusiasm factor and just believing that we can pull this off is a big deal, and not believing the polls. And I personally believe the polls are in a dead heat right now. Yep. If the Democrat organization is not able to turn out the core groups for Mikey Sherrill, and she's hurting with black male voters, Latino voters. Those are core constituencies, Dom. She can't win without them. There's only so many white Subaru driving liberal women with Elizabeth Warren glasses in Montclair, New Jersey. You know what I mean?
Yep. And Rich, we are having a lot of fun with it. We actually did a poll today: pork roll or Taylor ham. But if Jersey is one of the few places where it is true that if you're not growing up in Jersey, not from Jersey, it would take someone with the schmoozing skills of Ed Rendell, who made himself into a Philadelphian. I don't think I could run in Jersey. I don't think I would understand it as well as you or Matt Rooney. I could run in South Philly or Pennsylvania. I wouldn't have to think about it. She has to think about everything. That's why she attacked pork roll.
That's right. Yeah, and that came across so bad. Pork roll, who eats that? It's gross, half the state, basically. Yeah. And the other half eats Taylor ham. Yeah, that's who eats it. It's just, she's one of the worst candidates I've ever seen. And the thing about New Jersey, unlike a lot of other states, running statewide in this state it's a brutal game. I've been on a bunch of statewide campaigns in my lifetime, Dom, and it's brutal. You don't have a traditional media market, so you got to get whatever scraps Philly and New York throw at you. And so you wind up having to literally be around people all the time. It's the only way to win. That's why Jack going to diners makes so much sense. Because unlike bigger states with huge media markets where it's just all about television, Jersey, you got to literally go and meet people where they are. So you got to go to the rodeo in South Jersey and Salem County. You got to go. You got to do these things. You got to go to all the state fairs, the county fairs in the summertime.
Rich,
you got to shake hands.
Mikey Sherrill at a rodeo. Oh,
yeah,
my
right.
God.
Exactly.
What wrong?
It's like with Hillary Clinton and the hot sauce.
Have you ever had a candidate, Rich, that you work with coaching up, and you go, oh, my God, every day? Like when Mitt Romney went into Wawa and called it Wawa's and said, my God, you can order electronically. Like 20 years after that happened.
Yeah,
Trump is not
it
like
just shows
that.
out of touch.
Just knows, out of his own skin. He's in the middle of it. Even if it's mangled, he's able to do it. So, Rich, today, I know that you put a lot into this, too, a lot of coverage from Fox. They're going to be dipping in and out over there at the Seaport Pier to your show and the rally. You'll be covering a lot of that. It is a real coup, thanks to you, Mike Donahue, Matt Rooney. it's hard to believe how much this has morphed into.
Yeah, Dom, a lot of people worked really hard on this, and this is a very professionally run event. I mean, I'm impressed. You got the beautiful ocean behind us, and Dom, all I can think about as I look out over the ocean is seeing massive wind turbines if Mikey Sherrill gets elected, and this gorgeous view of the ocean today that goes on for miles and miles, and this endless horizon would be replaced with those monstrosities if she wins and she gets her way.
Over
so we can't
and
let that
under
happen.
The number of speakers that say that is about 10, because I have it on my list here, Rich. It's definitely one of the things I'll be talking about. And you're on at the rally speaking in the 5 o'clock hour, right?
I am. I'm in the 5 o'clock hour. Congressman Jeff Van Drew is going to be here, of course. You know, huge friends with the president, really worked hard. And Jeff Van Drew has been a tireless fighter, as you know, Dom. He's been on your show, a million times, for the Jersey Shore and fighting against the windmills. But the fight has just begun. It's really just begun. So I think this election feels very different. It feels very 2009, which is when Chris Christie won. And there was just this enthusiasm and momentum for Chris Christie that was out there. And the candidate that he ran against, John Corzine, was not popular, not liked. It was a change election. Mikey Sherrill is not Murphy, but it's Murphy's party. And after 8 years, Democrats, well, it's an interesting thing about New Jersey, Dom, because I'm a political nerd with this stuff. They've never elected a governor from the same party 3 terms in a row. So it's never happened. Right. So this would be an outlier if the Democrats were to win this time around. And conversely, the last time a Republican won with a Republican in the White House was Tom Kaine in 1981 when Ronald Reagan was in the White House. So it's the state is funny. In the even years, it always votes blue. The U.S. Senate race, not since the 1970s. You got to go back that far when a Republican won U.S. Senate. But we elect Republican governors. And the thing about it is that when you run once before, like Jack did, and you learn how to run and campaign in New Jersey, that helps you so much. And Mikey Sherrill only ran for Congress in her district, and that's it. So now she's running statewide, and her eyes are opening to just how hard this really is, Dom. And the cracks are showing for sure.
Absolutely. Rich will be listening and coming over to see you at the Seaport Pier. Rich, the Always Show today, 3 until 7 here on Talk Radio 1210. Thanks, Rich, very much.
Thank you, Dom. Great job.
All right, there's Rich Zioli here on Talk Radio 1210. And again, people are stoked up enough. We'll all be heading over. I think it opened at 2 o'clock, but the festivities start at 4 with speakers, et cetera, and the Rich Zioli Show. All right, final wrap-up here with Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, and our own, the Earl of Tacony, with us, and how he comes up with answers to the side question. We'll declare a winner here, too, today and for the week. Henry will roll the die, not dice, but the die, or I am to somehow or another, and we will get that all done, and a $50 gift certificate, I guess, to, let me just check here. Yeah, $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harb's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Hey, my friends at Martin Water Conditioning are celebrating their 52nd anniversary with their biggest savings event of the year. Now through the end of October, you can save on bottled water for your entire family. Giordano's, we've enjoyed crystal clear drinking water in our home for years thanks to Martin Water Conditioning. This is an unbelievable opportunity for you to do the same. We love it. We love Dwayne, our guy who comes out, and it's impossible to imagine people that are more passionate about water and pure water right now to incentivize you. Save up to $500 on select systems for your home. Want to improve your drinking water? Martin's is offering $100 off Connecticut's K5 drinking system and save $40 off UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing available to those who qualify. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of better water this fall.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. What a day. The big rally October 10th in Wildwood for Jack Chittarelli, but just as good, the pregame show at Mulligan's, the Summer White House, noon until 3. Big guests, maybe some gravy thrown in. Join me this Friday, October 10th, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood at Mulligan's.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Looking to grow your money? First Harvest Credit Union is celebrating its newest branch location in Voorhees, New Jersey, with a limited time 8.5% annual percentage yield share or IRA certificate for 13 months. Visit our Voorhees branch at 6 Haddonfield Berlin Road to open the account. Learn more at firstharvestcu.com/grand opening. Membership restrictions apply. Offer available to new members only with maximum deposit amount of $1,000 in new money. Insured by NCUA.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Hey, Philadelphia. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philadelphia area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A coastal storm could bring strong winds, major rainfall, and flooding to the area this weekend. A losing trifecta for Philly sports, headlined by the end of the Phillies playoff run and 2025 season. SEPTA commuters keep checking for cancellations and delays. The transit agency's facing a host of new problems.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano, final roundup, lightning round. Let's go to Jim in East Tarsdale. Jim, what's your answer? What's a 10 out of 10? Jim, are you there?
Would be,
yes.
Yeah, I'm there. A 10 out of 10 for me would be on this date in 732 A.D., Charlemagne's grandfather defeated the Moors at the Battle of Tours, keeping Europe, Western Europe, free from Muslim reign for the next few centuries. And I always pick this date to drop my ballots off. So
All righty. Thank you very much. All right. So it's time to decide today, Henry, and I know you've been throwing the football around and all. The winner today is Robert of Ben Salem for Pele as a 10 out of 10. All right. Are you ready to give us the winners this week? All right. Here we go. All right. Henry, who do we have?
Here we go. Yeah. All right. So Monday we asked for something you associate with the Middle East. Lance and South Philly won with the belly dancer. Tuesday we asked for that all-time comeback. Drew and Upper Darby said military recruiting. Wednesday we asked for that all-time walkout song. Rich in Cincinnati said living in America. Yesterday we asked for something associated with New Jersey. David and Lexington said the Monopoly board. And you just heard Robert of Ben Salem is today's winner. Put all those on the hat, throw the die out. We got a number 2. That is Tuesday's winner. That is Drew and Upper Darby, who is here today.
All right,
yeah,
Drew.
all right, Drew.
All right, Drew. Nicely played. You have your encyclopedia with you. I didn't see it over there. All right, Drew, you're going off to the great gallows up there on the boulevard, Ron Street. Thanks, everybody who came out today. And Earl, your thoughts on the proceedings here today? We've got about 30 seconds here.
Well, you got to get out and you got to vote, because if you vote for Jack Chitterelli, Jack wins. Vote for Mikey Sherrill, Mikey Sherrill wins. If you don't vote, Mikey Sherrill wins, because that's one vote less vote for Jack and one less vote against Mikey Sherrill.
All right, well put, Earl. Good words of wisdom. Frank and Ian, you guys tomorrow, as you are every Saturday, 4 until 6, over at Logan Circle. The great debate. Will that guy from Ghana be there without the shirt and steal another chair?
Who knows? I mean, he's welcome to come if he wants to show up. But, again, we need to start asking questions. Where does this guy come from?
And we have 40,000 illegal immigrants, and that's a low number. That's lowballing. It's probably more like 50,000 in Philadelphia, and who knows where they come from. Yep. You know, some are good people, but some may not be. Some may be stealing chairs in parks, and we need to get to the bottom
Where
of
do
it.
we go for you guys as you continue to surge Philly?
So we go on Instagram, Surge Philly. In our bio on Instagram, we have a petition to send in the National Guard to Philly to make Philly great again, make Philly safe again. So find us on Instagram at Surge Philly and find our petition to send the National Guard into Philadelphia in our bio on Instagram.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Henry's today, maiden voyage here, which is difficult here. Great job here. Worthy of the great Dan Borowski also. Henry Machette today, maiden voyage. And Kirk, putting aside his antagonism for Taylor Ham and concentrating on everything. Great job, you guys, today here. All right, get over and see Rich Cioli, 3 until 7. I'll be over there speaking to Seaport Pier right there on 22nd Street in North Wildwood. Have a great weekend, everybody, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches